identify a couple of
I would
things.
say that the difficulty level
So
of
let's
the exams
pick up where we left off
are
at.
very similar. I think the challenge that is presented to you with the questions in the 701 exam is very similar to the challenges that are presented to you in the 601 exam. So they didn't make the questions easier.
Kevin, how you doing with that?
Topics fewer. They're a little bit
I don't know if
different.
Kevin, Jesus,
So
any
it
of
will take you
y'all
less
did
time
that
to
nice
study for
little
the
image yet?
701, but it's still
Windows,
just a
how's that
different
coming along?
exam. Hopefully that makes sense.
Or Hirons, anybody tried that out yet?
That is the thing I wanted to really get across with this image. Now, on our website,
When you decide to do it, let me know if you need help. I know Kevin's working on Hirons or the Windows ISO, so he's a good tool, a good reference. Oh, okay, he's gonna start it. Okay, but when he does, he'll help you out. Oh yeah, it doesn't help if you have BitLocker turned on. Good call out, Brian. He tried it, you gotta turn it off. You know, I forgot about that. See, that's why I like us all trying stuff, because you remember stuff. So thanks, Steve. Don't forget to turn off BitLocker first if you're making an image. Then you can turn it back on. All right. All right, so as we get through the rest of the lesson, you have a free edition of a vulnerability scanner that you can use, and that is Nessus. You can go ahead and download that. Now, what Nessus does, we've been through what it can do for you, right? So, what Nessus will do for you is use your system logs, your application log, your hardware logs, and your security logs, all of that, and it'll present it to you on the screen and give you kind of like a feel-good about using an application interface or a dashboard, as we call it, to identify different things in your system. Vulnerability scanning. If you're bringing in telemetry, for governance, all of this stuff, it kind of gives you a good feeling of using it hands-on at home in a lab situation. Notice I said at home in a lab situation. You put that on your resume, saying that you've worked with a dashboard before vulnerability scanning, right? And you can talk about that in an interview if you need to. Workplaces, you have to pay a subscription, and then of course you have your plugins that you bring into it as well. This is what it looks like for the Nessus vulnerability scanner. Again, it could scan your home edition or that end item, and over here you can see it's pretty much the same telemetry that comes up on all the dashboards. Would you agree? Sometimes this is just in different places, you think?
How you guys doing?
It's like over here, we have your risk management framework is being used, CVSS score, anything going on with drivers, plugins. It talks about Apache as a server, any of vulnerabilities over here. It outputs a string for you. Over here, you can put policies and governance. So yeah, custom reports. So it has everything in here for you to use. So Nessus is a good one to download. Of course, you could use OpenBoss, like the Walmart boss. Sounds super fancy. It comes from greenbone.net, so it's managed by Greenbone, but you'll see OpenBoss. It's the commercial edition that is also for free, but you use it on Linux. You'll see this being used on Linux a lot. And then Qualys. It's commercial scan. Used on many different options that you can use here. If you're doing Mmap as well, we were looking for like discovery scans earlier. We were talking about the footprint or fingerprinting of a network. This is what you have. If you want to do some common in-mapping, I've seen this telemetry and this type of verbiage on the exam.
TCP and sync.
If you want to do some in-map options, you can use TCP SYN it'd be dash SS. Now, you would use this part after the nmap.
To assist me with this
Okay, so you type nmap first, and then these will be the switches you can use behind it.
But I'm not good at BGP.
Okay.
I'm gonna call that person.
If you're just looking for TCP connection, UDP scans, or the port range, and it shows you down here how you can use that.
To not only help me with this design, but now I get to leach some of that knowledge out of their brain. I get to learn more about this technology as it goes, and that helps also.
Give you an example of nmap if you're trying to fingerprint a network. SV, let's see what SV is. We know S is V, but then the V would be verbose. The S, is a SIN, verbose information, SV, and it'll bring all that telemetry back to you.
Wherever you are, your job has taught you and taught you and taught you. If you ever walk into the office one day and you're thinking, well,
all right, here's some concepts that you can use with fingerprinting. Is fingerprinting the client, or is it footprinting? Fingerprint? What does fingerprint belong to?
Things that I need to do on the network. Change control is not an issue. Upgrading systems isn't a problem.
So if I ask, hey Jesus, I want you to fingerprint something for me.
Normally you wouldn't think that way.
Is it
you would think, if I know
singular or plural?
Doesn't that mean I'm in the
Am I looking for him to do something to one device or many?
IT, the only way to move up is to learn more, is to gain knowledge, is to build that
correct, Charles, singular.
Technical foundation. So that's
whatever that endpoint is, I'm asking Jesus to identify what's going on with it. Give me all the data he can get on that. Footprinting, I want the whole network, as much as he can get me. So sometimes you have to use an extended nmap tool. So you'll use what they call an nmap scripting engine. It's OS detection and platform enumeration.
Okay.
So now you're trying to figure out how many servers do they have, how many clients do they have, how many wireless access points are identifiable, how many switches can we get, you know. Now on a network, this is what you'll see. If I see this,
so you should always be the one willing to ask the questions. And here's the key, by the way.
What type of device is connected to that?
Because not everybody knows everything. You will work with people, I promise.
Typically.
In this industry, who will pretend to know everything.
The computer? What else?
Do not know everything. There's no way, because you can't. They might be very knowledgeable, and maybe they've worked themselves up to that point where they probably should be going to another job.
Mr. T said switch.
And you may be able to use that
Kevin said a phone.
and help you with things you don't know.
So typically, when you see that type of address, yeah, you're looking at everything you just discussed. Now the switch is a little different.
What about a printer as well?
Now this is typically. But I do know who to get the answer from. In my role as a systems engineer, I would often, throughout the week, I would
switches and core devices.
Go visit different companies.
They try to separate the LANs to be on 172.16's
Fortune 500, Fortune 100 type
IP address. Cisco switches, you have to get in using 172.16 something.
So I might go to the home goods manufacturer, or I might go to a retail.
And here's a kicker: if you try to see, this is stuff you learn hands on.
The power company, whatever it might be, we go talk to them.
Sometimes to connect to a switch, this is what you'll find. You'll log in on the console interface. You'll use the 172 address to get in, like they said you needed to get in.
Now, fortunately, I knew the answers to many questions.
But then there's some stuff you're trying to do with it being on the network, like configuration. It won't do it. You're like, what's going on? How come this thing will not take it? Oh, it's a 172.16 address. Sometimes you have to, once you get in there, you have to change the address to match an IP address on the network in the switch subsettings in order to configure it on the network.
So, Bill, you should always feel comfortable saying.
So that's why you need to know slashes and different things like that.
Is if you tell people.
Now you can have a 16. If you're configuring a switch, you can still have this.
I would go through a training class.
Is that a true or false? Can I have that?
With a bunch of very smart people.
For a switch address?
Always sit in the front. So
17.
To sit in the front of the room.
Michael, I'm testing you.
That's
Jesus, You just saw this.
A lot of first
/25.
nothing.
Michael, you are correct.
Me and what I'm
I
doing
can have a
is crazy. But if
172.16.01
somebody's
/25.
series of processes on this,
Because my main concern when I see a slash is the bit position.
1 to
2.5.
What
Fourth
happens
octet.
in between? Can you step me through
That means that,
They go, sure. Here's what happens.
what's the sudden at?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, oh, okay.
Two. I think that one is so like two,
Let's go.
256.
And
What's the sudden at?
Understand something? I'd want to stop.
Oh, 255.
Should we take this offline or should we do?
You're correct, Mr. T. If that is just a regular Class C, a sudden at. But if it's a /25, what's the sudden at?
But as I found out when we got outside the room, people would say, "Thank you."
You're correct. You're correct, Charles. It's 1, 2, 8.
Yeah.
So that will be. Charles says, "I'll be here all day." Yeah. So between you and everybody else, y'all got the right answer. So yeah. So that's valid. So I just wanted you to see that again, because guess what? That IP telemetry, just because it's CYSA, does not go away. I got bars. Did you hear that? Let me call Big Sugar. What did I just say? I need to write that down. Just because it's CYSA doesn't mean the cider telemetry doesn't go away. Boom! Kevin, make me a beat. Gotta get in the studio tonight. All right? That's what.
You should always have some type of knowledge.
That's what we're looking at.
You should more importantly know
This is crazy. Y'all crazy.
from there.
All right.
Pulling the right people. So I think imposter syndrome.
So yeah, you'll use this for probing,
It's a normal part of what
web
we do.
servers,
And I think if you're
just
somebody
different
who's
stuff.
working in technology,
It's an InMap tool on
just
steroids.
relax in it.
How about
If
that?
you wrap yourself in
Okay.
the imposter syndrome, it's going to be with you all the time. It's different levels.
People will always be vulnerable
Totally ignorant of
to
what
social
technology
engineering,
they're
so
getting.
you always have to
Sometimes
constantly train.
you're a smart person, Go fix this.
Sometimes you're gonna get tired of it.
What are you talking about?
Some of y'all are used to training people.
It says
Believe it or not, just having a conversation
fix that.
with people you come into in contact with every day, you're training them. You just don't realize it, because sometimes you're showing them something or giving them a bit of knowledge, right? So you do it kind of passively.
Nobody else in the entire
So, but now you're on the side where you have to do it actively every day, every minute. It could wear you out. Who would agree that it will wear you out sometimes, depending on the people that work with you?
Because everybody's
Yep.
afraid to reboot it. They don't know
I'm raising my
what it
hand.
is. They don't know what happens on
Because
the
some people just don't want to listen.
fear is really the part that is unknown.
But you still have to do it with a smile on your face with the people you work with.
Work with
You know
the
what I'm saying?
software, put it in a lab, see how it's supposed to work.
Simulate some social engineering attacks.
What you often find at the end of
Michael says it depends on the people, and you're correct.
that,
You know, but sometimes it takes time.
mysterious. That wasn't something we needed to work.
You brought up a good point, Mike.
It's a relatively
So,
straightforward application. It's got
I think
an executable. Here's a configuration.
out of
file.
my years of doing it just in IT, just speaking on that aspect, I think the biggest pushback I got from folks wasn't because it was something against that they had against me. It was the fact that they had lack of policy and oversight.
Just because of your imposter
So now when you bring policy and oversight, which is something natural to the environment that somebody should have been doing, they give pushback because they're like, we've never done that before. Why should we do it now? Why are you making us do this now? The other person never made us do. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like it was because they had a lack of that. If the bar was way up here and they never had a problem, you coming in slacking in the rules wouldn't be noticeable. But somehow, some reason, the other way around, it always brings issues.
That's it. So
Okay.
once you break it down,
So, yeah.
get rid of the mystery, it just
Come into your organization,
happen to know. Now that's in your pocket.
enforcing what you need to enforce. You have to get people on your page, not by force, but you need to get them to where you're at rather quickly and have them buy in. One thing about IT, if they notice you come in the door and you're laxed about everything,
So that's what I would say. Embrace this.
I'll let you decide that one.
Embrace the fear.
But come in, if you believe in a policy, set that policy. Always have reasons why you're backing that policy. Not just because you woke up today and said, I want nobody on YouTube.
Into this list. I'm gonna be creative.
But you have a reason why you feel it's good for your organization.
I the next job, and
URL shorteners.
job.
These are dangerous. Remember I showed you the URL shorteners called tiny URL? Y'all remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I could take something, make it something else real short, drop it in a text message. Like Kevin always says, he creates a watering hole. Fake website. Looks like the real thing. As you go over there, you start putting in credit card information, your report goes back to a server. You got it.
The exam vouchers on my site are available for people.
Michael sent a good example yesterday of the Wells Fargo. Was it Wells Fargo or Microsoft? Yeah. Check the spelling.
If you're in London, England, not so
Don't be so quick, right? So it's a lot of different things that you can drop.
So I guess it depends,
believe it or not,
on where you're
QR codes are dangerous right now.
where you live in the world. Vouchers must be used
Mr. Teaser.
by, where
There's
you happen to
there's
be.
folks that know how to get access to your phone, because when you scan it, it will execute a script.
It's a different kind of problem.
The phone recognizes it, it reads it. Once you hit enter, you've just allowed it permissions to your phone that you would not have naturally done if you knew what it was.
You are a citizen.
Yep, they do that in Atlanta at the parking.
You
Yep.
live in London, you want to buy a voucher at a discount,
So-
and I don't have any for you. What's up?
And good example too, Mike. So I can make this look like whatever I want. So let's say I scan it, you scan it.
There are things we may be able to do.
You're at I've seen this around the Braves Stadium all the time. You got to be careful where you park at around the Braves, the old Braves Stadium.
CompTIA right now, as many of you know,
Right.
a couple of weeks ago, CompTIA updated.
You go 3 blocks down the wrong direction. Yeah, you can park right here. This is somebody's driveway. It's okay. Come on in. Ooh, ooh, ooh. How much is the parking? 50. All right, cool. Come back. They gone and your car is gone.
So
Or it got a boot on it.
that they are doing that are going to change.
That person wasn't even home, and they using their driveway as a parking lot.
Or make these vouchers available to other parts.
I will say this,
I have a meeting with them tomorrow.
I will
As a
say
matter of
this.
fact, to for
I have a new respect for women.
I may be able to find a way.
I was straight heterosexual man. I had nothing against homosexuals by far, you know, you like who you like. And I went downtown and I parked close to near that club called the Bulldog.
It's a mystery to me as well. They're going to fill me in. So the
I was full. I came back to my car
Can I do anything?
and I had a boot.
Find a way eventually to
And then the guys came out
this.
and I was catcalled for 2 hours. I was mighty scared.
By going to professormesser.com/vouchers or using the vouchers link at the
Yeah,
top.
familiar with that area?
Yeah. And so after that, that's why I'm like, you know what?
This list.
I respect women so much more.
Um,
Because it was scary.
Question.
No,
I get a lot of questions also. There were a couple
Did you get your car back?
I got my car back. $75 later. Yes. I got my car
Get the
back.
boot off.
Got the boot.
What is this? What category does this fit in?
You gotta watch those QR codes. You scan it. It'll show up saying that you paid for parking. But it's just like
Security control itself.
it's just like as if it's a watering hole. Somebody jacked your website.
A security control is not
Do whatever you need to do, Aaliyah. We'll work with that, okay?
I think a lot of
So-
people mentioned that in the video, but
Yeah, just watch it. You jack websites all day. I showed y'all how to do it. So it's pretty much. All right. Doppelgangers,
People say, all
they
right,
look just like the real thing, but not.
Gate.
Right here. And then character swapping, which we saw on the Microsoft.com to make the M, they use a small case R next to a small case N. And it looked just like an M if you looked at it real quick.
Yeah.
The physical guard gate itself.
Clones, all of this stuff. I mean, I can go through all of this. We've been through most of it before. URL redirects. This is what happens in DNS if somebody gets inside of your domain name, system, a service, and redirect your traffic, right? We use that example as Jesus is selling mattresses, but he's mad that Big Sugar is in the mattress business now. And he's like, I'm taking down Big Sugar. Ain't no reason he should be in mattresses. He need to go back to music. He just hacks my website, redirects traffic back to his. All right, and I'm like, why did my traffic go down? Because Jesus got it.
watching this on the replay, on demand.
And of course, Angry IP Scanner, Maltego. Oh, this is a good one too. Look up Maltego. You need to have this.
To get a CEU, and you'll know that by looking at
this is a visualization tool that helps people share information, case information. I believe it's free. Can somebody look up that Maltego for me and let me know if it's open source? I forgot. Oh, dang. Is Mike on it? Oh, wrong one. I thought it was the Maltego. Yep, that's the one down on Peachtree. I've been there for a birthday party. We had to make some folks there. It's pretty fun.
The policies they have.
It was good. It was all right atmosphere.
Content like this, if you're watching.
But this is a visualization tool, and the investigators will help.
If you watch this on demand,
help identify relationships,
documentation from
and case information.
I don't know. That's what they did. I don't understand.
Now, as you can see, as they disseminate this information, blacklisted, if it's been abused, here's some more artifacts. This is relating. What's SHA 256?
You get the CEU. So we're covered either way.
Kevin says minimal services on Maltego. It's pretty much just information sharing. Is that correct?
We got you. You're covered. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I got everything.
Yeah.
Integrity check. Okay. Thanks. Appreciate. Thanks.
Let's keep going through. I can fit another couple.
They're down because of they're down because of the power outage. Crapo.
Turns everything off.
All right.
I haven't.
Now Metasploit.
Hard stop, and I never.
I got a video for you on this one. This will walk you through Metasploit.
Make sure.
Now, who has security plus one-on-one lab book that I gave you? 101 labs. There is a page in there. I forgot what page is it. It'll walk you through using Metasploit. Okay. As Charles brings out his binder to write down more information. That's a big binder. He's got a mind map going on over there. Look at this. He's got his certifications in there. Woo, woo. I can see it. But what it does is, here's the cool thing about Metasploit. You'll start a session. It uses the framework. It grabs telemetry, let's say websites, whatever you're looking for, right? My IT book of things. The cool thing about it is, it'll scan. I've used it. You hit up Metasploit, say, hey, out of everything that you found, basically does a quick check for you. It's in the name. Meta, it collects metadata about your website or whatnot. And then it tells you how to exploit it. So Metasploit. It'll say, oh, based off your security settings on your website, this is fun. This is what, would you like to know how to hack this website? Here you go. Here's the reference. You can do this type of attack on it. You can do this type of attack on it. Not only does it tell you the type of attack, it tells you how to do it. Sorry, I got a little bit excited there. Just a little IT excitement. You know what I'm saying? I'm nerding out. But it tells you how to do it. That's crazy. Now you can use Recon-NG, right? Similar use as Metasploit, but it's against
I think I got it at this point. I don't need to take the exam every single time.
the web.
If CompTIA dramatically changes how they give these exams,
That's the dope thing about
the
it.
style of the questions on the exams,
All right.
then I'm absolutely
Pretty cool.
I want to know. I want to really be able to do that. I want to jump in there. But the process for the 701, the style of the process is the same.
Okay, as we go through here.
It's the same as it was for the 501. It's the same as it was for the 401. So I could take it, but
Y'all seen anything that jumps off the page that y'all need me to talk about? Because either or you can believe it. Pretty much read the rest of this at your leisure.
Yeah.
It's pretty much regurgitated information from earlier in the lesson. Just looks a little bit different.
Right now, good from that perspective. So no, I don't generally take the exams anymore.
With this slide is the behavior analysis, network firewalls and proxies.
So I want to see it. I want to know. I want to see what you experience.
Do you feel comfortable about me not going there? Who needs me to go over this?
Dramatically change things.
Talk about common configurations.
I will take the exam when that occurs.
I'll let you peruse it for a second. See.
Something, what I use here, type of equipment, what we're doing is all this stuff?
We went over proxies and firewalls. See what Charles was typing.
The entire studio.
Yes, it is. Man,
So,
hold up. You can get rockets for that there, Charles.
any of these things.
He says, isn't that SCAP?
What I
Whoa,
put together.
whoa, whoa, yes it is.
On my website, you go to
Yep.
professormesser.com/studio.
Way to go.
Or I have links on the homepage of Professor Messer under the additional information section, where I have links to the studio equipment.
Boy, do we know about service interruption.
What is this crazy mouse that he uses? Isn't that huge? Look at the size.
Even a blind squirrel finds that
This is my hand
crazy.
on the mouse. That's how big.
We talked about logs, social engineering attacks.
What type of keyboard am I using? What is the?
We talked about obfuscation.
What type of audio?
You have to make sure. So you have de-obfuscation and obfuscation.
What camera am I pointing to right now?
One thing about obfuscation,
I just upgraded the camera earlier this year.
depending on what you use to mask data, it's not reversible.
There are
Some is reversible. Some ways of doing it is not.
there may be bad reasons for some of it.
Okay?
But there
When
are-
you're working with databases,
there's a
there's some programs you can use that will hide the identity of folks. So like a lane, let's say I have a lane with, right? Customer at this address.
So there is an Amazon affiliate link associated.
If I'm running a query report and I'm not in HR,
from Amazon.
due to data obfuscation, it'll return to me a Wiggin or just Wiggin. Maybe the street he may live on, but not the numerical home number. And what city he stays in, state he stays in, but no city. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of just for the purpose of a report to see where's predominantly where my customer base is coming from. I don't need to get, the system is like, you don't need to get that granular. You're just trying to figure out what state. You get what I'm saying? So it'll bring back data and mask it of this. It'll determine what I need and what I don't need to protect the customer, right? And a possible breach. So if somebody did breach the information and get it, they're getting the same thing I would have got, which is half of nothing. They're getting a glass half full because the data was obfuscated. You can do the same thing with links to websites for security, right? You'll see a lot of websites. Take a look at this when you bring up websites. There's a lot of them that you use. It'll go through trustsite.com or something else. All of this will be looking just like this, random numbers. But behind this is the real subdomains or pages of the website. They just hide it behind this noise. Okay? Especially if you go with deep internal links and enterprise sites. And it may do that through the proxy servers, proxy firewalls, all that stuff. Okay? So that's another security feature that you can use. Oh my God, look at that. Are we good or what? That was pretty cool. Can you believe that was 90 slides?
90 slides, wow.
But I think it's the way we talked about it that made it go by so fast. This real life scenario stuff. All right. What we had, 2:30? I got something I want to show you. I want to show you something. Give me 1 second.
I don't know that everybody likes my take on AI, but it would be an interesting course in any case to be able to do. I think there's some reality finally sitting into artificial intelligence and where it really fits. We're kind of past the exciting phase of that technology, and we're getting more into the realistic phase, which I think is great. That people are starting to understand, it isn't as smart as we thought.
All right, this is the Metasploit walkthrough. It's 11 minutes. This will take us to 10 till. But this is dope. Walk you through Metasploit. What you looking at? Here we go.
What other courses? Microsoft has, things are constantly changing with Microsoft, but Microsoft courses are always in demand.
Hello and welcome to this Tech Target video. I'm Ed Moyle, and this is a companion video for the article about using Metasploit that you may have seen up on the site. So I'm just going to walk through another example of how to use the Metasploit framework in a attack context. So how to utilize an exploit to gain remote access to a machine that you may want to get access to. So that could be a penetration testing scenario. It could be testing of a particular issue that you may encounter kind of in your own environment. It may just be for the purposes of testing, just because you want to educate yourself on the tool. For whatever reason, we're just going to walk through how you might do that should you want to. So in order to get that set up, if you want to follow along, I'll draw your attention to the fact that the setup for this is actually pretty simple. It's the same setup that we had for the purposes of that article. So there's two running virtual machine instances. So I'm using a hypervisor here. I'm using VMware Workstation. I just happen to like that one, but you don't have to go with that choice. You can use VirtualBox, you can use Hyper-V. Really you can use whatever kind of hypervisor you want. To emulate this kind of same scenario. You can use the hypervisor of your choice. So I have two instances running. Right? So the first one is a default Kali Linux instance. I've just used the stock virtual appliance that they have available on their site. So if you go to Kali Linux to the download page of that site, you'll notice that one of the options that they have there is virtual appliances. The reason that I'm using Kali to do this is because of the fact that it has the Metasploit framework built into it already. So it just comes with it. You don't have to do anything. It's just up and ready to go. So this is completely stock. I haven't even changed the passwords or usernames or machine name or anything like that, as you can tell from this prompt here. So that's image number one. The other image is the Metasploitable 2 image. So Metasploitable, if you recall from the article, is a virtual machine image that's designed to be vulnerable to a number of different attacks. So we're actually going to use that one because of the fact that the purpose, its whole raison d'etre, the reason it exists, is to be able to be attacked by Metasploit. So because of that, it's a really good learning tool for you to become familiar with the Metasploit framework commands and what they do and how to use them. So that's what we're using. So it's the Kali Linux and Metasploitable 2. Now, of course, there are, as you can imagine from the fact that it's Metasploitable 2, there are other versions of Metasploitable. So if you want to try a different one, you're certainly welcome to do that. But in this case, we are just using the Metasploitable 2 version. So I'm going to zoom us in here just so that we can actually get to work. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to use Nmap. Now, in the article, you saw how we used actually the Metasploit framework itself, one of the auxiliaries, to do port scanning. In this case, we're just going to do Nmap because, well, mix things up a little bit. And I'm just going to put the IP address in there. So I'm just going to do a basic scan, nothing fancy. And then let's just kind of pick the first one. So we notice the FTP service here. Let's see what kind of FTP service that is. So we'll just use our handy dandy netcat, and we'll netcat over to that and see what kind, see if the banner tells us anything, and it does. So it tells us that it's VS FTPD. So that's the very secure FTP daemon. Now in this case, the very secure name is a little bit ironic because this particular version of VSFTP happens to have a backdoor that's built into it. So we're actually going to exploit that. So to do so, we're going to bring up MSF console, which you may recall from the article. That's to just enter the Metasploit framework console environment that we can use to actually enter our commands. So it brings it up. The very first thing we'll do is we'll start and see if we'll use the search command to see if there is anything matching VSFTP. And it turns out that there is, as we suspected there might be. There's a VSFTPD version 234. You'll notice that up here it's version 234. backdoor. So we can actually use that one. So let's just go ahead and we'll use the use command and tell it to use this particular exploit. Now, we can type the full name, we can use this number too. In this case, we're going to type the full name, just because, why not be specific? The next thing that we're going to do is to configure the payload. Now, normally, with a lot of exploits, there are a bunch of different options that we might have for specifically what payload to use. In this case, though, there's really only one, but let's pretend that we wanted to see all of what the compatible payloads are. You'll notice that as we expected, there's only the one, and it's already set to the default. But let's just explicitly set it anyway, just for the purposes of exercising that functionality. So in this case, again, we can put the full name there, or we can use the number, but we'll go ahead and use the full name. And now we need to know if there are any other options, configuration options that we might need to set. So if you remember from the article, the command for that is the show command, and then we'll say show options. And that's going to tell us what all the various different options are that are required for this particular exploit and payload combination. So in this case, because we picked on purpose a fairly simple one, there's only one that's required for us, and that's this value rhosts. Now rhosts, the R in that is the remote host IP address. So we'll actually set that, set rhosts, and we'll put the IP address of the remote metasploitable in there. So that is now set. For a lot of exploits that you might, and exploit payload combinations that you might want to use, such as the one that we demoed in that article, you'll notice that you want to also set the L host and L port value. In some other combinations, it can get even more complicated than that. But we're doing a very simple example just to get you familiar with the, with kind of the various commands and the kind of the normative use or simple use. So we'll use this one that's fairly straightforward. So we'll show options again. Helpful if I spelled it right. And you can see that all of the various different things that it wants are now complete. They're now filled in. So at this point, we can actually go ahead and use the exploit command, which will actually begin our exploiting. And in this case, it's going to give us a remote shell on that instance. So you'll see here it says command shell session 1 opened. Now what does sometimes throw people, particularly if they're not used to using tools like this or exploit code or what have you, is that they wonder where the prompt is, which is useful to talk about. So in this case, there's no prompt that's being shown to us. And the reason for that is because of the fact that we're using an exploit. So it's not an interactive environment that's been designed for the purpose of providing helpful information to the user. It's kind of backdoor in, right? So it's really not anticipated that somebody would be in there in this way. So in this case, we don't actually have any kind of prompt, but you'll notice that if we put a simple command in there, so in this case, let's say who am I, we just type that, and it says that we're root. So that's always a good starting point. So we'll go ahead and test that theory by trying to do something like cat the shadow file, which turns out that we can do that too. So, at this point, we can pretty much do whatever we want. So if we wanted to, we could put, a flag file there if this was a pen test and we wanted to demonstrate that we had writable access to the root file system. Well, we can go ahead and do that. And then if we wanted to, list that value, you could notice that flag is right there. So the point being that we just went through all of the various different options that, and commands, arguably certainly simple ones on purpose to demonstrate, but really this is at its core pretty much the majority of how you would use the Metasploit framework, at least for a penetration testing type use case. Now, of course, the hard part, as you could probably tell both from reading the the article as well as looking at this demo is not the syntax of using the Metasploit framework itself. That's actually the easy part. It's easy in large part because of the fantastic work of all the folks who work on this tool, who have made it easy and made that interface standard and consistent. But the fact of the matter is that it is standard and consistent, so it's not the hard part. The hard part is actually going to be finding out for the device that you want to attack, what is it vulnerable to? And actually, that is where your reconnaissance comes in. That's where your vulnerability scanning comes in. That's where your knowledge of the environment comes in. So if you're concerned about a particular issue, say like, MS, the Eternal Blue MS 17, whichever one that was, the Eternal Blue vulnerability, that one, you would, use that as kind of your starting point, and then utilize the specific exploit within Metasploit framework to make use of that and exploit it and gain access. So that's really kind of it in a nutshell. So with that, I will thank you for your time, and hopefully this was helpful to you in learning how to use the Metasploit framework.
That was a cool walkthrough. Something to see on how it works, Sometimes it takes a while to spool up a virtual machine, get in there, walk through it, see what's going on. So at least you can see how it's being used and what the interaction looks like. So it's good stuff. All right. Any questions? Any questions? I sound fancy when I say it that way. Any questions? Or is that Cajun? I don't know yet. Martin, you good? Brian, you good? I gotta check with my laid back crew. That's my laid back crew. Those fellas like, yeah, I'm good. And if they need something though, they get at me though. They get at me. But for the most part, they just met it. All right. So what we'll do is, Jesus, you was just checking it out yesterday? Metasploit? Pretty cool, ain't it? Yeah.
I also found this this app that has I can't show you, but it has like a bunch of Linux commands from as far as like printing, video, audio, hacking tools, like all kinds of stuff.
Is that the Linux shortcut app or some kind of app has a penguin on the front of it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has all the Linux commands at a fingertip that you need to do. Yeah, that's a good tool too. Yeah. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. Let's go ahead and we'll just be back 5 till the hour. Miss Jewel will be back in here at that time. It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
So we'll give her time she needs. So I'll see you back in.
Live with today's SY0701 Security Plus Study Group. This is our pre-show. We will get started in 10 minutes. Look at that. We are all ready with brand new questions today for Security Plus. And I know because I wrote some of them yesterday. I was busy writing new content for you. It has been so busy here. We have a couple of certifications that are retiring tomorrow. And so everybody's hurrying up and getting their last studies in. Don't worry, Security Plus is not one of those. Security Plus is not involved in that hurry up scenario. We are good for at least another year or so, actually. So we're fine. We are good. And in the meantime, we're going to do Security Plus today. We're fine with Network Plus. We're fine with Security Plus. The two that are retiring tomorrow would be the previous version of A+. There's obviously been a newer version of A+ that has been available since March. So this is not a surprise. We all knew 6 months ago that this day was coming. So that doesn't change anything. As humans, we wait until the last minute. And so a lot of us are waiting to the last minute to do that. Some of you were smart. You thought ahead and you just jumped over to make that happen. So that was good. The other exam that is retiring permanently is Cloud Essentials Plus. That's right, Cloud Essentials Plus. So That should tell you everything you need to know about why that particular certification is retiring. Turns out we don't need Cloud Essentials Plus, we just need the Cloud Plus, which they have. So they just sort of shifted everything over into that one. So those are the two that are retiring tomorrow. If you are going to a facility to take your exam on the 25th, you should be fine, because it will close at the normal time of day, and then that will be over. If you're taking exams online, you have until midnight UTC on the 25th. So you have the all day 25th, and just before it turns into 26, you have until that moment to get your exam scheduled and finished. So some of you will be doing it, I'm guessing. We'll make that happen. Hello, chat room. Hope everybody's doing well. See folks checking in. Folks from Huntsville are in the chat. We've got some folks in the UK that are there. The certs that are not expiring. Everything else is not expiring. Those are the only two expiring. Retiring. It's not expiring, but it is retiring. Those are two different terms. They're used in different ways by CompTIA. The retirement date for A+ is tomorrow, and the retirement date for Cloud Essentials Plus is tomorrow. There you go. So you've got it all going on. We got folks, hey, Orlando connection. Good to have you here. I am in Central Florida as well. So hello, neighbor. Good to see you. We've got folks in Washington State. We've got folks in Canada. I got, of course, as I've mentioned before, Mrs. Professor Messer is Canadian. And by way of Miami. It's a long story. But good to have you here. Nice for you to check in. Where in Canada are you? Because I'm only mostly aware of where things are. But I think I have a pretty good idea. Maybe even better than most, because I go up there so much. I used to go up there a lot for business as well. There's Tampa, there's Miami. A lot of Florida folks checking in. Port St. Lucie. I was looking the other day, because I went through Port St. Lucie Monday. And I was looking to find out who St. Lucie was. Being a Protestant, I don't know the saints. Or at least having a Protestant background. I don't know the saints. So I was looking it up and, of course, got sidetracked and never figured it out. Hello, Texas. Hello, more Canada. Hello, Sweden. Hello, Miami again. Hello, South Africa. Columbus, Ohio. Haven't been to Dublin in a while. Have to make that happen. Hello, Texas and Las Vegas. The Panhandle is here. That's a very broad statement, the Panhandle of Florida. I need to know if you are in Bristol, if you're in Tueg, if you are in Live Oak, are you in Madison? Are you in Monticello? Where are you? We need to know these things. So we'll figure it out. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. I always like doing the information on the live streams, getting all of those things there. So we'll see. Yes, this is the pre-show. This is not the actual live event. So if you're having problems reading the screens, that's okay. Eventually, the screen will look like this. You will be able to see it just fine. Do not worry. We are in the part where I am supposed to be doing work. I'm supposed to be checking my screens. Let's get that one lit up right here. Oh, there it goes. So we'll get all four of our cameras going. The stream content looks good. Data rates are great. Cache numbers are fantastic. That's where we'd like them to be. Just under about 6 megabits per second is what I'm sending to YouTube, with an upstream of 2 to 3 gigabits per second right now. So we seem to have a pretty good handle on the utilization. And the cache number is, there's some video that is cached here locally and then processed and sent to YouTube. And that gap between the ID, from the time when I shoot the video live and the time that it is sent to YouTube, 3% of it gets cached up. So there's a little bit of a buffer there to keep things going. If that number gets bigger, we're in trouble. If it gets up to above 4 or 5, something has gone awry, because we're collecting more locally and we're not sending it. And as you know, with the live stream, the live part is super important. You really need that. The live streams that are not live don't tend to go well. So keeping that number low is always a good thing. Thanks for folks being there. There's so much going on. Did I see how much AI has improved recently? Now you're just messing with me. Yes, I have seen how much AI has improved. At least that's what they keep telling us. No, it's not. It's just as bad as it's always been. It's relatively worthless for something like this. Now, if you would like to make a picture of a dog in a hot air balloon, sipping on a martini. Okay, AI is super good for that. I really don't have any use for that though. There's just not. So that's the way it works. What software am I using for streaming? Technically, well, I guess there is software involved, but it's not an individual software product. This is the streaming console over on the far left that you see. This says on air, sort of says on air. It says in air. There's an O in front of that. You just can't see it. That is Blackmagic's design. It is their hardware. You really can't see it, but it's down here. Can I see it? And no, it's too far down. It's just underneath the camera range to see what's in there. But there's hardware there that is used for the stream. So I don't use that. AI should not be used for art. Any of the creatives? No, it should absolutely be used for art as long as the people that originally created the very first thing that it is based on are compensated correctly. Because, for example, the screen here, this is AI. A lot of the cover graphics that I use are AI, but they are licensed through Adobe, and Adobe provides the original artist of what that was derived by. They get credit and money for it. So there are ways to make it work. Stealing someone's art should not be done. Stealing somebody's time and their efforts should not be done. But we're getting there. So we've got about 2 minutes before we get started. This is our pre-show is going swimmingly so far. We are about a minute and a half before getting things going here. So one moment. Make things happen. Yeah, AI and art and copyrights and credit and payments are, of course, a concern. The industry, I think, is approaching it pretty successfully, at least in the way that Adobe is approaching it. There's a consortium that handles these types of things, and there is digital signatures associated with it that tracks the image through. It's really fantastic. So we'll make that happen. All right, we've got a minute to go. 1 minute, Mr. Sinatra. 1 minute before we get started. Where do you go to take practice exams? Right here, of course, in the Professor Messer practice exams book, which you can't see from that angle because there's no light behind you. The light's in front. So you could kind of see it on the screen there. You need the practice exams book. We'll talk about the practice exams book as we get into this. Thank you for that opportunity for me to say that. That worked out well. Made things happen. Yeah, all of my new A+ course graphics are that sort of that style of, let's see if I can quickly pull that up, sort of that mode, that style and mode of that are all just AI generated, but I make sure the people who originally created that art are compensated properly for it, because I'm pretty big into that. All right, top of the hour, does that go to 12? Let's see if it does. Boom. Hey, Mal, good to see you. Thanks for joining.
To answer your question,
It's always a good day when Mal's here.
doing the certifications. So I'm going to online classes now. So just getting into the IT field.
Let's get things started with our keynote. I had to find the icon because I upgraded.
Studying and going through all the classes.
Let's look for a green light. Do we have one? Waiting. Or look, I did the green light earlier. There it is. It works. And that works, and this works. That means it's time to do a live stream. Let's get things going. We can start. Graphics are all working. Let's start right now, everybody. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the September 2025 Professor Messer SY0701 Security Plus Study Group. This is the study group where I ask you questions that come directly from the CompTIA exam objectives. We get you to see if you know some of these questions and answers and topics and all of the things that seem to come with learning the topics associated with the Security Plus exam. Today, if you are here live, you will be able to participate live along with us, and you are more than welcome to join us by popping open a new browser window and heading over to the URL.
No, I'm currently doing the courses. So I'm getting all the certifications.
And you will be able to participate along with us.
All the certifications in cybersecurity. A+, Net+, CISA Plus, and Security Plus.
That link will not be available to you because we're not here live. We only have that link available when we are live, but you can still follow along and you can still make a note of what you think the right question will be. And it will be interesting to see how everybody is going to do with these. Just to see if that's working, I have a question for you. This is a question, the only question you'll see today that we've done before. It's a question from our previous study group. One of the rules, the standing rules during this study group will be that we do not answer any questions in the chat room. Please don't put any hints in the chat room. Instead, you want to go to the URL that is on your screen. Go to professormesser.com/QA to answer any of these questions. So our question today asks, a company is deploying a firewall with a separate data, control, and management plane. Which of the following would best describe this deployment? Would it be, wait, where am I? I'm not even on there. I've disappeared completely. Let's see if I can put me into the mix here. Would it be a VLAN, an SD-WAN, an IPsec, an EFS, or an SDN? I'm not even sure if that's really proper grammar. A company is deploying a firewall. They separate data, control, and management plane. Which of the following would best describe this deployment? Is it VLAN, SD-WAN, IPsec, EFS, SDN? So there's your possible answers. If you think you know the answer, put it in this connection. Make sure you go out to professormesser.com/QA to submit your answer. Please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. Instead, we will come back to that question in just a moment. So lock it in and see if you know what that happens to be. We will come back to that question in just a bit. Thank you so much for being here. We do one of these Security Plus study groups every month. Our September study group, September of 2025, is the one that you're watching right now. And of course, when we are not here doing a live stream, we have all of the other places where we happen to be. Of course, our entire Security Plus course, every minute of every video is available on our YouTube channel at professormesser.com/YouTube. We also have a weekly Security Plus pop quiz question. So if you would like to get just a pop quiz sent to your email, or perhaps you'd like to visit it on Instagram, on Twitter, X, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, you can simply find those by typing in professormesser.com/YouTube/Twitter/Instagram/X/LinkedIn, whatever it happens to be. If we're there, you will find us there. If we're not there, it's probably likely you will not find us there. It's very binary from that perspective. We're either there or not. But if we're not there, let us know. Perhaps we need to be there. That's the way we figure these things out. You can tell me what it happens to be. So as we talk about
welcome in, Ms. Jewel. How are
the
you?
question now becomes, because we were talking about this in the pre-show, that the A+ certification is
pretty good.
retiring tomorrow.
How are you guys doing
There's a
today?
new version that was released in
Doing
March.
pretty
That
good.
will be the one that continues for the next 30 years.
Everybody has had their break already, so we're just hanging out for you.
Security Plus exam is number
Okay, good to know. We've got about 2 minutes left, so we'll let Michael get a couple more bites in. Enjoy his lunch. Michael, like, who, me?
That exam to be around May of 2027. So there's
I don't know if you guys know SpongeBob, where there's that episode with one of those fish. Like, who, me? That's what I picture.
2025. This is a single exam that you need to pass. There are
Yeah, we got about a minute left. What I want you guys to do actually is go ahead and check your emails. I sent basically like a applicant tracking sheet to you guys, just so that you can kind of keep me updated on like the roles that you might be applying to. So, give me a second. I'm going to share my screen with you all. I will go through some of the opportunities if they're where you guys are currently based. I'll tell you about some opportunities that could be hired. Just bear with me a second.
We'll talk about what performance-based questions are in just a moment. Not only do we have that free course available on our YouTube channel, we have other study materials that can help you quite a bit as well on our website. Go to professormesser.com. You can find our success bundle. You can find our course notes, our practice exams. We have an exam hacks ebook.
I'm sorry, did you send a new? Just give me a thumbs up if that's you. Send a new request access stuff.
Bonuses that come with that.
Share it
You
to
can
you.
find out more about it at professormesser.com/701SB or our Security Plus Success Bundle. Also let you know that we have a replay of this live stream available immediately afterwards, but I also create an audio-only distribution that I send out in podcast format. If you would like to add that to your favorite podcast list.
Okay, so what I'll show you guys is this is actually kind of a combination of different resources that I've used in the past, as well as colleagues have used. So this one in particular, this first sheet here, this is just basically where once you start applying to different opportunities, you can go ahead and just literally post the link, like copy and post the link here, put a couple relevant details I can check back into the sheet. Only myself and you personally can actually access this sheet. So this will be a way for me to be able to consistently check through to see if there's any opportunities that you guys are applying to that we might have contacts at. The next thing that I want to show you is here's a list of a bunch of companies that either we know that they have IT roles, or these are companies that our graduates have been hired at in the past, or we have a point of contact at. So it's kind of a multiple, it's kind of hitting multiple boxes, if that makes sense. I will let you guys know. I have like job alerts and stuff like that set up. Sometimes you can't just go straight to Indeed. Yes, you can go to LinkedIn and find out opportunities, but sometimes it can be just as easy as just clicking through these links and going through to the company's actual website to see if they have any opportunities that might be suitable. Sometimes there's even a little bit of a delay between they post an opportunity on their actual site versus when they post it on like one of the job boards. So just wanted to make a bunch of different companies links available to you, just so that, you know, if you're waking up in the morning, you're thinking, hey, I need to job search today, but you're not even sure where to start, you literally can go to this sheet and just start clicking through the links to see, hey, what do they have, right? Let me go ahead and apply. And then obviously if you do apply, you can go ahead and put, you know, the information here. Hey, this is a job, you know, that I applied to, job title, and here's the link, if that makes sense. And then keep me updated on any progress that you may be making. Another thing that one of my colleagues posted today was just some different staffing companies around the country. So you can click through these links and see these different staffing agencies. Again, it's good to have force multipliers. And so that's kind of what my role is, working with you guys, right? And to be particular, that is, yes, you guys are executing your job search, but I'm also basically a force multiplier in that I'm looking for opportunities as well, both between my own colleagues as well as I'm doing job searches on my own as well. So the more that you have force multipliers, the better it is for your job search. One more that I'm going to make available to you guys, bear with me a second. Did I already have you guys set up for vet jobs?
For
Vet
what?
jobs? Yes, no? Okay, give me a second. I'm going to send out an email so you guys can set up for vet jobs. That's another great place for you guys to sign up and get assistance. Okay. Okay, I'm going to send this email to you guys right now. Bear with me a second. And then we'll do the remainder of the classes. We're just going to take some time. After I have one more meeting with you guys that I need to do. And then once I get that done, I'll come back in and we'll just search around the country, look for different opportunities. Basically, it's going to be in class time to search for opportunities is what I'm trying to say. So just bear with me here.
Once the class graduates, what's like a good success rate for like the class, like all getting when they leave here, like a good 75%?
I would say that's a really good question, and I would say it really depends, honestly. It depends on where you are and what kind of roles you're looking for, right? You might have certain areas of the country where they're just hiring like crazy. You might have areas of the country that you're in that they're hiring a lot of data center opportunities, so they're hiring plenty of people, right? Or you could be in this situation where you have a lot of experience, but you live in the area that they don't have necessarily as many opportunities. So you're primarily looking for remote roles. So there's just so many different factors. But I will say the one thing that you can control is your own actions and the level of energy that you're putting behind your job search, right? We can't necessarily control external circumstances, but you know, day in and day out, just doing what you can to move the ball forward a little bit more is good. And when it comes down to it, having a realistic expectation as well, right? When it comes to applying to jobs, I don't want you guys to think, hey, I applied for 5 jobs. You know, it's been a couple of months. I wonder why I haven't gotten a call back. You should be applying to as many opportunities as you are capable of actually working in. Have you guys ever heard of the phrase that looking for full-time work is a full-time job? Yeah, Charles knows about it. Charles definitely shook his head, yeah. So what does that mean? That means you guys should have some kind of schedule that you set up Just have blocked off maybe a couple hours during the day. Hey, I'm going to use this time to go ahead and search as much as possible. I did make that resource available to you, helping you guys to know how you can tailor your application materials, right? So giving you insights how you can use AI to change your resume, also give you tips and insights on what you can do to more closely tailor your cover letter to the opportunity. So, and then give me a second here. Okay, I'm sending out the email now. So, and I'll pull it up actually. Give me a second. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna, this is a sample document, but all right, so I'm gonna pull up the website. It's called Vet Jobs. Oops. Oh. Yes, please and thank you. Right. Okay, so with Vet Jobs in particular, this company specifically, they assist veterans, their spouses, caregivers, and dependents. So anybody, for example, that's independent up to age 26 with resume writing and review, interview preparation, and job searching. So they do overlap. What they do overlaps what we do. But again, as many people as you can have in your corner helping you with your job search, the better, right? Same thing like if you were actually to connect with a recruiter and send over a copy of your resume. They're able to access those hidden jobs, right, in the hidden job market, and make you aware of any opportunities that you might not be aware of. The whole focus again is that we help you to find IT roles. I think they do assist with some other opportunities, but our main focus is with IT. So once you actually go and register on this site, actually that's what I'm going to have you guys do. Go ahead and register on this site. Once you've registered on this site, I'm going to come back to the main session. Like I'm going to do a quick meeting, but I want you guys to go ahead and take this next 10 or so minutes to register on the site. And then once I come back, just send me a DM saying, yes, I've registered, because I'm going to send over your resume. That way they know to get in contact with you. We have basically a partnership with them. And I'll add your name to the applicant log as well. But if you do not let me know, hey, I've applied and I don't submit your resume, you're not going to be able to get access to the resources that they provide. Okay? All right, good stuff. Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to go ahead to the breakout room and then I'll be back. And then once I come back, we'll go through a job search. If you guys finish registering for Vet Jobs before then, go ahead and start job searching. And then when I come back, if you have any questions or anything you'd like to share, feel free to let me know. All right, Brian, I'll see you.
Into one guide that can help you quickly understand where you might be able to get a couple of extra points during the exam itself. Just something that might help you out. You can find out more at professormesser.com/vouchers. Let's go back to that question I asked earlier, and that question is, a company is deploying a firewall with a separate data, control, and management plane. Which of the following would best describe this deployment? Is this a VLAN, an SD-WAN, an IPsec, EFS, or SDN? We're going to close the poll and see how you did. We've got a lot there that we can see, and it's kind of a mix. We did not get a majority, and indeed last month we did not get a majority either. 41% of you say the answer is SDN, 29% say the answer is VLAN, 15% said SD-WAN, and then we have 7 and 8% for EFS and IPsec respectively. The correct answer was the one that the plurality of you chose, the 41% of you chose, SDN, a software-defined network. Software-defined network takes these boxes that used to be these physical things, and it separates them out into individual pieces based around their functionality. So an infrastructure layer or the data plane will be responsible for processing all of the information going back and forth. You've got a control layer or a control plane that handles sort of the accounting process inside of the device, the NAT tables, the routing tables, those types of things. And there also needs to be a way to configure these devices. There's that human component, sometimes an automated component, and that happens at the application layer or the management plane, where you can configure and manage the device from the console, or you can automate it using an application programming interface or API. Just another way to take these physical boxes and sort of split them up into smaller pieces. When you split them up this way and create software, you can easily virtualize them and turn them into cloud-based systems, and that's exactly what many manufacturers of these hardware devices have done through the years. That is the right answer. The software-defined network, or SDN, was the answer that we were looking for, and that's the answer that 41% of you chose. Would not be a VLAN. A virtual local area network is a way to separate different broadcast domains inside of a network, but it doesn't separate out data control and management. In fact, everything is just all in the same broadcast domain. So it would not be a VLAN, would not be SD-WAN. Software-defined wide area networking was ideally designed for these cloud-based systems that have different parts of the cloud located in different places around the world. This is a modernized version of the wide area network that is application aware, but it does not have separate data control and management planes. IPsec is a technology commonly seen with virtual private networking, something that does not include separate data control or management planes. And EFS, the encrypting file system, part of the Windows operating system, specifically NTFS, and that encrypting file system also is not a separate data control or management plane. The only answer that makes any sense here is the software-defined network, and that's the one that 41% of you chose. So as I mentioned earlier, in our Security Plus exam, you do have at the beginning of the exam, you will be presented with questions that are not multiple choice. So the question we just did, where we had a question, and then there were multiple options to choose from, that's a multiple choice question. And you could have, if you didn't know the answer, you could have guessed. You could have tried to figure it out, but maybe you didn't know the answer for sure, so you just guessed. Well, guessing gets you, in this particular case, with 5 answers, a 20% chance of getting it right. But you can also run into the scenario where there might only be 4. That gives you 25% chance of getting it right. CompTIA doesn't want to give you a 25% chance of getting it right. They want to see if you really, really know these exam objectives. So one of the things that they've created at the very beginning of their exam is a handful of questions that they refer to as performance-based questions, PBQs. These performance-based questions are simply anything but multiple choice. It's not like they're creating some other type of way to ask things of you. It's just a question that is not multiple choice. It might be matching, it might be fill in the blank, there might be drag and drop, there might be a scenario where we have to answer questions based on that. But everything in the performance-based questions is all based on the official exam objectives. They're not asking you something you don't know, they're just asking you.
All right, class, I'm back.
In a way that's not multiple choice. So
you guys still going through the process to sign up for vet jobs?
Something that we're able to get into.
Yes, okay.
Performance-based questions.
I'll let you guys finish that.
Are they, how can I say, react, just like you set up your information and someone will contact you or find you, or, I mean, like, is it like other places you set up your account and you hope to hear back from someone or somebody about something?
Yeah, so essentially what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and set up your account, then you let me know, and then you submit your resume, and then they'll have somebody reach out to assist you. So pretty much just a wide spectrum of anything career services. Outside of job searching, it can help you out with a lot of other things too, like I mentioned, like interview prep, resume development, that kind of thing. Okay, so you'll get an email that says, and again, Kevin, I know you got that email, but just for being able to get rid of, get access to it, I mean, the full spectrum of resources, essentially, I need to submit your resume for it. So Kevin, I take that to mean that you've already submitted your application. Are you registered? I mean, okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and submit your resume, and then I'm going to add your name to the applicant sheet. So just bear with me, okay? I'm looking at the sheet. I don't know how active this is. It does look like they might have some jobs posted on their sites that you guys can apply to currently. What I'm going to do though is
So I have for you today a performance-based question. This is a performance-based question that is looking to determine the best choice for the following security tasks. And so I have on the screen 5 different security tasks, and I have 8.
Okay, Michael Remy says that you're adding your to the site. Okay.
And I want to see how to best match these up.
Approach.
So I will quickly
get feedback from a colleague
listening in on the podcast side. We have these 5 different security tasks. The first one is block all incoming traffic containing Microsoft RDP connections. The second one is all tablet devices must provide additional factors during login. Third one is securely access all out-of-band serial consoles at a remote location. How can we do that? The next is identify an increase in sessions and traffic transferred between devices. And the last one is maintain uptime and availability if a production web service fails. Now we have 8 different devices, components, or security infrastructure things that we can assign to this. They are, in this particular order, access point, honeypot, sensor,
Michael, can you hear me?
IPS, NGFW, load balancer.
If you're registered, just give me a thumbs up.
Roger, I'm almost done right now.
Okay, that works. Alright, so Kevin and
5 different security tasks.
Sorry.
Well, if I do the math, here are the 2. That means 3 of these will be left over at the end. So it'll be 3 of these we don't use. This is a common method that is used on the Security Plus and other CompTIA exams that can help you with understanding where you should have all of these different components. And it's something that you need to keep in mind as you are going through the exam, that they will sometimes have this asymmetric distribution between these 2, where you'll have 5 things but 8 to choose from. So they're not making it a 1-to-1. Sometimes that's way too easy because you can have that method of elimination. Well, this is harder to do because 3 of these will be left over at the end. It's hard to tell if the 3 that are left over are the ones that you need to be concerned with or if they are not. So it is very possible to make it a little bit more difficult by adding those extra pieces in there. So I do as well, so that you will be prepared for this if you run into it with your exam.
Yeah, right now it's asking me what program are you associated with, and it gives you VA, MSSA, vet jobs, military spouse jobs, USO, recon, reboot, Call of Duty endowment, Winter Warrior project.
Wait, did you say Call of Duty?
It says Call of Duty endowment. It says what program are you associated with when you're signing up for this?
The way that I know that it works is that we just submit your information on the back end, if that makes sense, and then they get in contact with you. As far as those other options, I mean, if you're able to click none, then click none. There's none absolutely associated with the CWP program or my computer career overall. You can just leave it blank.
Okay.
All right, so I got Kevin, Michael, top of CERN, your resume's in. Let's just double check who else. Aaliyah, not necessarily. I would say the cover letter is probably going to be more tailored towards a particular role. So, anybody else need me to add their resume and name to the applicant or to the log?
I think the answer is, if we can talk about it, let's start with the first one on our list, which is all incoming traffic containing Microsoft RDP connections. Notice it didn't say stop all incoming traffic using a particular port number, because sometimes
Actually, I'll give you guys a
use
couple.
other port numbers. We need something a lot smarter to simply block an application. And of course, we have this technology today in the form of a next generation firewall. An NGFW is one that it can see the port number, and you could create rules based on port number, or you can simply tell the firewall, just block Microsoft Remote Desktop Protocol. Block Microsoft RDP, regardless of what port number it happens to use. And that's one rule in the firewall, and we don't have to do anything else. The firewall is smart enough to look at the traffic flow, understand what that traffic flow happens to be, and then allow or block it based on the rules that we're putting inside of the device. It's almost like magic. Almost, because it is a real thing and it works extremely well. That is your next generation firewall, or NGFW. Next on our list is all tablet devices must provide additional factors during login. These would be your authentication factors. Normally you would put in your name, you would put in your password, but sometimes we need more. We need to get a different type of authentication. Password is something we know. An additional factor might be something we have. It might be something we are. So
Jesus, I saw your message and I'm about to
go about it and understand what these are. But we'll have to see, in this case, one way that you can force this type of multi-factor authentication is by using a mobile device manager, or an MDM. MDM is designed to provide you with control and access to these many remote devices, both usually it's based around phones and tablets, and as they are going out and about, as they are mobile, as they tend to be, you're still able to manage them. All from a central console. We refer to that console as a mobile device manager, or an MDM. Next on our list is securely access all out-of-band serial consoles at a remote location. That is something that can be very, very useful, especially if you are remote. Maybe you are part of a managed service provider and you need to access a customer's network.
Sorry, ma'am?
Well, instead of accessing each device individually or having to set up separate VPN connections for each individual device, instead
I'm
let's
about to send you a
VPN
message.
securely into one device, and from that one device, we can jump from that device to all of the other ones that happen to be inside of that network. Not too surprisingly, we refer to those devices as jump servers. Not making this up, that's what we call them. We are jumping from that device to these others. Of course, we're going to call it a jump server. So that's what we would use to be able to access. Now, these jump servers can also be used for in-band connections as well. This particular example just emphasized out-of-band serial connections. But as long as you connect to the jump server, you can jump around however you like. Jump around. Jump around. Next on our list is identify an increase in sessions and traffic transferred between devices.
Hey, Jesus,
Analytical
that message,
of traffic going across the network.
can you
How
give
would
me
we
an update on
collect
the
and
relevant
identify
dates?
when sessions and traffic are suddenly increasing on the network? One way to do that is through a sensor. Sensors are usually used in conjunction with consolidation or statistical gathering devices, where we can take all of those sensors and then collect all of that data. Usually it's metadata. We're not collecting the raw packets. We're collecting a summary of what those raw packets are doing. We're sending those statistics from the sensor down to a collection device. This is commonly how NetFlow works. And then we'd be able to monitor how the network is performing. That way, if you suddenly see a spike in traffic, maybe suddenly there's something very different than what you were expecting, we're able to see that because we were monitoring that traffic using a sensor. Next on our list, last on our list, is the security task to maintain uptime and availability if a production web service fails. This is a technology we use here at Messer Studios, that our web server is always up and running because we have it connected to a load balancer. Load balancers are great for this. We can have multiple web servers running simultaneously on a single web service and load balancer. And if one of those web servers fails...
Hey, sis, are you able to make that change on your own resume, or do you need me to just send an updated copy?
It could be due to a hardware issue. Maybe the power supply fails. Maybe somebody just tripped over the cord.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, class, so, as for now, the remainder of the time, we're just gonna use this as an opportunity in class to search for opportunities. If I have not already met with you, I'll start with seeing opportunities.
The web servers that are currently available and still available. So that load balancer becomes very, very important, and it keeps the systems up and running. You may not even know that anything went bad behind the scenes. Hopefully you don't. It's all invisible to you. Well, that means we did not use an access point. That is a wireless connectivity device that allows us to communicate wirelessly to the access point, and then the access point is then connected to our wired network. We also did not choose honeypot. Honeypots are used to entice attackers. We want attackers. That's what honeypots are. It's kind of the opposite of what we would normally do. And in fact, you should be very careful about implementing a honeypot on a network, because we do not want attackers inside of our network. A honeypot should be in a very controlled environment, but it is a way that you can monitor and track what attackers are doing, what methods
So we're
are
gonna do
they
a quick little
using
icebreaker.
to be able
What's
to
gonna be
attack
your first meal
systems.
of
And then
freedom?
lastly,
Like, once you
on this
finally get
list
done with
is an
training,
IPS, that is an
they're all
intrusion protection
just
system.
done. I don't, but do you guys have meals to celebrate stuff? Or you guys like to do something different?
Load the IPS
I'm gonna go
with
grab
a
some
series of
sushi.
signatures that are based around known
Sushi, like the actual real, like
So
real
if
deal
there's a
raw
known
fish, not like
Microsoft
the
vulnerability,
imitation
there's a
crab
SQL
stuff,
injection
yeah.
vulnerability,
Real stuff.
there's a known buffer
I imagine you have the access to the really good stuff where you're at.
That device is
Yeah.
is designed to
I actually had a friend that she used to live in Korea, and she was saying that the Korean food here in America was better, at least down in Southern California, just because the ingredients were more fresh. So that was kind of surprising to me.
What I really hate is being here in the States and eating sushi, then being over in Japan and eat sushi. It's like totally different. The sushi's bigger, it has more flavor and taste, and it's just cheaper.
Where, here or in Japan?
Japan Japan was just so nice. I was on a Marine Corps base. I remember it was like a place right down the road, and they had no lick of English. So I walked down there. I had like $40 in my pocket. I had no idea it was going to change my life, but I just picked something, and it turned out to be what I wanted. Every weekend I was there.
Nice. Good stuff. Anybody else? Something fun you're gonna do as soon as you get done training, outside of looking for jobs, something fun you're gonna do as soon as you get done with training.
Hopefully that's giving you a few to think about.
I just realized you guys are in the chat. Let me check the chat.
I only gave you 8.
Okay, we got chores. Alright, Martin, I just saw your message, so I'll go ahead and add
those,
to
especially if you don't
this.
recognize any of those.
Pasta? Martin, what kind of pasta do you like?
The exam objectives of everything that you would need to know. That is your performance-based question of the month. Hopefully you did pretty well on that. Let's now shift gears back to multiple choice questions. The next question we have is a
Charles, I can see that.
asks,
Alright, Tabitha, I can see
plans
that.
for a software upgrade are on hold until
Scallops and shrimp pasta, okay. So you mean like a white sauce, not like a red sauce.
Describe this situation.
Yeah, okay.
Is this a restricted activity,
Sounds good,
a
actually.
dependency, version control, shadow IT, or a legacy application? Plans for a software upgrade are on hold until the RAM in a database server is increased. Which of the following would describe this situation? Is it restricted activity, dependency, version control, shadow IT, or legacy application? If you think you know the answer, follow the link on your screen. Go to professormesser.com/QA to lock in your answer. Please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. Please no answers in the chat room. And please no hints in the chat room. So we'll make sure. We'll just double up on that a little bit. I don't think it will really matter. I don't think it has any effect whatsoever. But it's just a little experiment that I would like to try there very quickly. I don't really know if that really helped much. So, but that is at least something we can go through. See if you know the answer to this one. Lock in your answer. Go to professormesser.com/QA. No, I will not.
We'll watch it.
You will not be seeing it. I'm not even
That
sure
time sounds good.
We're gonna ignore that.
I don't know, it sounds nice. You know what? I've been to Catalina Island and also like down by like Dana Point. And I still get emails to this day for like the whale watching tours. I guess there were some people over there that were like doing whale watching, and I think like the like actual like whale came and like was like beneath their boat. I don't know if it flipped them or what, but that kind of stuff kind of scared me off of that. I don't know if that's for me.
A version control, a shadow IT
Okay.
legacy application. Let's find out.
They literally are made. They actually do have a lot of lard. You know, actually, I'm pretty sure back in the day weren't candles made from fat.
But 19%
I think
say
so.
that is a restricted
All right, let me just look through and
activity.
see if there's
We
anybody
also
else.
have 8% that said
Okay,
version control. 7% said legacy.
All right, so
application.
Charles, did you complete a vid jobs profile?
0% said
Okay,
shadow
thanks.
IT.
Let me just see who else.
Shadow IT has
Jesus?
changed the number to 0%.
Yes, okay, top of start.
Alright.
Yep, Brian.
This
Okay, and then let me just see
question
here.
is
Elaine?
one where we are ready.
Finishing mines
Yes.
now.
Change. It's a change.
Finishing mines now.
Let's look it up for the rest of your days.
We've got time blocked out, but before we can even schedule it, people say, well, wait, you cannot do the software upgrade because the software upgrade requires additional memory, which this database server does not have. So this is one that is best described as a dependency, which means to be able to complete the change control, we first must do a different change control to finally do this change control. We have to process a change control update to be able to increase the memory, at which time we can then send through a change control to actually upgrade the software. Does it seem like that's a little bit much?
You know, Charles, I missed the opportunity to ask if you're related to Master P.
It is not. Having control over exactly
Last name Miller, both from Northern California, Bay Area, kinda.
100% of the time, and being down and
You never
losing
know.
money a huge part of a day.
You never
or even
know.
a week.
Actually, this is a random aside.
As we have seen.
Actually, I did one of those ancestry tests. You guys know what I'm talking about, like the 23andMe?
Very
Yeah.
specific, well-documented.
You guys, it's actually quite surprising. Some of the people on there that are my cousin, you look at them, you would never even suspect it.
It's an incredibly important.
It's like, that person's my cousin?
Why dependencies are an important part of this. Now, this could be a software
Let's
dependency
see here.
that you can't change.
Okay,
This is
so
software
Brian,
to
let me
change
get your
something
name up
else.
there.
It's something common you will see in many operating systems. If you've ever tried to upgrade a library in Linux, the death by dependencies. Dependency hell is a real thing. It can become a challenge in that scenario.
I think Elaine said yes.
Tell you what
Elaine, you're doing your profile as well?
Yeah, I'm still doing it now.
Oh, you're doing it now, okay.
Yeah.
I'm reading your lips, so.
But
Yeah.
you also need to turn on and turn off dependencies.
Oh, LOL. That's kind of wild right there. That is wild.
Systems. Like if you want to change software in one
Hey, Mystical, it is kind of questionable. I don't know what happened to him. He went a little bit crazy. He used to sound crazy in the song, but he went a little bit crazy.
Are going to be pretty important. You need to be aware of those. And
Mystical was always crazy. We just didn't listen to him fully.
66% of you said
That's correct. That is correct.
Dependency, and you got it.
The signs are always there, I guess.
19% of you said a restricted activity. This would be something that you would not be allowed to do ever. You can never do this thing.
See, I can just say random stuff like that with you guys because you're older. Some of the younger people.
Associated with changing a configuration setting. Maybe it's making a modification to the operating system. There may be some things
Okay, I'm almost done with this in a minute. I just want to make sure I have everybody accounted for here so that you guys
something that there is no choice.
actually
You can't
have
ever change that. You can't even do
your
a change
resumes and
control
everything
because
like
that
that
would be
uploaded.
something that is restricted. Perhaps upgrading the RAM without change control. That would be a restricted activity as well. There's lots of ways to find restricted activities in all of these. We have also 8% said version control. This is not really version control. Version control describes a way to monitor and maintain different versions of software very commonly associated with the software development process. Version control is not part of a process where you have to upgrade memory in a system to then install software. Not part of the version control process. There's only one version here. We need to upgrade to that version. Not much that we're controlling as far as different versions there. We got 7% that said legacy application. Nothing about this said it was legacy, and it was just updating memory in a database server. This may be a brand new database server running the latest software Nothing legacy about that. There was no mention in the
So I don't know, like by your name, by your email, it's just your name.
Legacy.
It's your domain.
Legacy just means old.
It's kind of nice when you have a unique name.
Sometimes those old applications are supported. Sometimes those old applications are not supported. In any case, they are legacy. Just something that has a different service, a different
it looks like most people.
There's different aspects to keeping that system up and running that might be very different than a brand new system. But it has nothing to do with this particular question. There's no legacy involved here. And then shadow IT is when people within your own organization are acting as the IT department, but they are not the IT department. They may think they're the IT department, but it's so easy to go out and buy an access point, install it yourself. It's so easy to go online, download some software and install it. We don't need IT for that. Well, it turns out you do need IT for that. There's some serious security concerns with both of those scenarios that I just described. Most people would not understand the nuance of the security concern. You really need trained professionals for that, which is why we have an information technology department. Someone else running with that as if there is not IT is a significant security concern. In this case, the answer we were looking for was dependency. 66% of you got that one absolutely right. Well done. Let's do another question, shall we? I've got another one. Here's, speaking of security, speaking of change control, this has nothing to do with those. This question asks, all computers in a company data center unexpectedly powered down simultaneously with no prior warning. Which of the following would best describe this event? Other than catastrophic, is it SQL injection, brute force, deauthentication attack, race condition, or logic bomb? It's got to be one of those, right? All of these are attack types that we need to know. Now, if you think you know the answer, please follow the link on your screen. Go to professormusser.com/QA to lock in your answer. Please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. Instead, you want to answer the question that asks, all computers in a company data center unexpectedly powered down simultaneously with no prior warning. Which of the following would best describe this event? Is it a SQL injection, a brute force, a deauthentication attack, a race condition, or a logic bomb? You think you know the answer? Lock it in. A lot of you putting your answers in very, very quick. This is another one where I think maybe we did pretty well with that then.
Okay, I think I've
especially if you're working on some of those questions and working through the details of understanding these questions, maybe you are familiar with.
You know what, Michael Ramey? I realized that as an adult, and I was thinking, what were they letting me say when I was a little kid? What is that? You always heard it on the radio.
Even if you know the answer to this one, make sure you know all of those other types as well.
So let me make sure I got you.
That might come up in your exam about those. So everything on this question are things you should already know. If you don't, make sure you make a note of it so that you can go reference those later on. Let's see how you did with this one. The question asks, all computers in a company data center unexpectedly powered down simultaneously with no prior warning. Which the following would best describe this event? I like the chat room that said, oh, the power went out. Nope, that wasn't one of the answers. Was it a SQL injection, a brute force, a deauthentication attack, a race condition, or a logic bomb? I'm sticking with the power answer. I like that one. Let's see how you did. And we can see that 71% of you say that it's
deep dive when you have a chance. I'm not lying. Like I said,
we also have
that's a no-go for me.
Single digits. We have a three-way tie for second place between 9% with race conditions, 8% with deauthentication attack, 8% with brute force. But in this case, we only have 4% with SQL injection. But all of these are single digits, even though there is around 35% or so that's other answers. Logic bomb got the bulk of that answer, 71%, and that's because that's the right answer. A logic bomb. Logic bomb is
all right. Looks like I got everyone.
Something that is using
more steps.
Or waiting for a particular thing to happen. So that it's setting up usually on a system and it's waiting for a time of day.
So after I got done with that job, I was like putting in my email address to sign up. I still haven't got an email when I registered. Kind of concerned.
Something is happening. And when
I would say
happens, the bomb goes off. This is a logic bomb, so it's
I
not a
didn't get one either.
physical explosion, but it is an explosion of data.
Maybe tell me what was your last steps?
All of the computers.
Like, did you save it? Can you like log in there and see your profile?
There have been examples of this. We have one in our course.
I'll try. I said I was done submitting everything.
Where
Give me 1 second.
systems have erased themselves and rebooted because of a logic bomb. That was at a bank. That's not what you want to have happen. Suddenly, every ATM in the bank reboots at the same time, and when it starts back up, there's nothing left on the drive. There's nothing left there. So you really do have a scenario where...
Oh, Michael, you convinced I met, yeah, you met my sister. Well, I don't know about that, actually. I mean, I think I told you guys, I have 7 sisters. But we don't know if all necessarily look alike. So I thought it was... I have actually been in Pennsylvania, and some random lady just came up to me staring. And I'm like, hi? I think I was at like a buffet or something. She was like, somebody in Youngstown, Ohio looks just like you. So I guess we may all have doppelgangers somewhere out there in the world. But
recognize it on the IT side.
okay, I'll be right back. I have to step away real quick, and then I'm gonna follow up with Aaliyah and Michael on your vet jobs.
We had here a brute force attack is one that is commonly associated with the multiple hashing of information to be able to identify a different hash, usually a password that is stored as a hash. That brute force is certainly an attack we need to be aware of, but it's not about systems suddenly all powering down at the same time. And then lastly, a SQL injection is when somebody's able to access data in a SQL database. That's a structured query language database. That SQL language is used to circumvent the web app that's in front of it and allows someone access to the data in a database without authentication. That's a very bad attack, but not really the one that we're talking about here. Here we were talking about a data center unexpectedly all powering down simultaneously. The only thing that would do that is perhaps the power going out, but in this particular case, the only one of these that would best describe that event is a logic bomb. We can assume in this case that somebody set up the logic bomb that at 12:01 power down every system. That is a very common type.
Right on back. Okay, so what I'm gonna do briefly is I'm gonna look through the opportunities that were kind of circulating internally and see if there's anything that's gonna be a good fit for you guys. So I'll probably send you a DM to see if you're interested. And that's if I see something that's like kind of aligned with what you're looking for.
And a lot
Give
of
me
these
another
attack
quick second,
types
it's a little bit
are
chilly here.
things that are very different from each other. How are we going to be able to keep all of these things separate, to learn all of those different nuances between all of those attack types? Well, of course, I have an entire course available. All of my videos in my course are designed to give you a walkthrough of all of these attack types. I give you real-world examples of when these attacks were used and how we were able to react to those attacks. The section on logic bombs, for example, is in section 2.4, my other malware types video, where I describe real-world logic bombs that occurred in different scenarios. But of course, not everybody has time to go through every single video. So one of the things that I have done is taken all of the information from every single video and I put them into consolidated form. I refer to as my course notes. Here's a copy of the course notes. This is the PDF version, obviously, that you see on the screen. But you can see all of the text, all of the important graphics, all the important tables, everything that you would find in a video. Look, there is our control plane and data planes that we would use associated with the different parts of the network. These are all in this set of course notes. Not only do we have the digital version, if you would prefer a printed book version, we have those as well. They are, of course, identical to the digital version, but sometimes it's nice to have that printed book. So if you purchase the printed book, we print these out on demand and ship them to you, so you'll get your own personalized copy, I guess. Nothing really personal about it, but it is one that is printed just for you when you make that order. And you have access to the digital downloads for free, No additional charge if you get.
I'm still going to tell you guys about this particular site, although it's not something that's highlighted here. You never know what kind of opportunities that might be available. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to drop the link in the chat, and I'll explain this to you guys. I talked to you guys before about different contract opportunities, right? So you could oh, interesting, Michael.
Let's do some more questions. Those are the fun ones, right?
Very interesting.
Multiple choice asks.
Actually, my last name is through marriage, though. So, but that is interesting. Okay, so give me a second here. I think I just sent it.
A scenario I've heard before. Which of the following backup strategies would be
okay, so essentially with this particular company, we've worked with them before. This is called America's Technical Services. They do have that site that you can actually sign up for. And basically what you can do is you can do 1099 work. Do you guys know what 1099 work is?
Yeah.
Charles knows what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Basically, it's where you work as a contractor. So you're basically a 1099 employee. You have to withhold your own taxes. So at the end of the year, basically you have to just save all your money in your bank account. At the end of the year, go ahead and pay that to the tax man or tax people. And then essentially, jobs like that can be really great opportunities to get into. One of the things that, Charles, I didn't take you for one of them sovereign citizen sites. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if you guys ever see those YouTube videos where people are getting pulled over. I'm not driving, I'm traveling. It's like, whatever. I don't know if you guys seen that before, but anyway, with that being said, man, that just really threw me for a loop. Okay, 1099, right? So basically, working as a 1099 contractor could be a great way to bridge the gap with your experience, to be able to get more experience to get into like more permanent, like long-term role. Or if you find that you like the 1099 life and you're like, hey, I like just doing contract work here and there, you can do that as well. With that being said, if you guys do sign up on that site and create a profile, please let me know, because again, this is another one of those situations where I'm going to need to add your name to the applicant log and also submit your resume. We do have direct contact with the guy that runs the company. So he's always looking for talent. I've seen situations where they will have contracts, for example, in New York to run elections, right? So these are people that are running the iPads and running the other elections technologies, for example, and they'll basically get a crew of people that want to work the job. They'll fly them out, pay for their board and things like that, and have them work, that contract for a couple of weeks, however long it is, in order to be able to get the job done, and then obviously go back home. So with that being said, there's a lot of different opportunities there that you can kind of just keep your eye on to see if there's anything that might be suitable for you. Right now, I do know that they are really hiring a lot of people in like Arizona, so Phoenix area, Denver area, in Miami, Orlando, Tampa area, in Atlanta, Illinois. So for example, in Chicago, Charlotte, and Henderson, North Carolina, in Oregon, they're looking for people in Bend. Houston, Corpus Christi, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth area, and then in Virginia, Ashburn, Greater Washington, Northern Virginia area, Central State in Connecticut, and then also in Tennessee. So if you guys are maybe open to doing jobs in those areas, or maybe you're going to be, short-term traveling, be there maybe for a couple months or something like that, you see an opportunity that could be interesting to you, let me know. Or if that interests you in particular, let me know. But also, if you see other opportunities that you really want to apply to, make sure that you've already let me know that you've set up your profile on that site, so that I can make sure that they have access to your resume, and let them know that you're one of our graduates. Outside of that, let's see what else I want to bring your attention to.
Have a drive that is no longer accessible because it has been corrupted, or perhaps the file that was being written to has now been corrupted. Wait, I've been spending a year compiling that data. Well, now it's all corrupted because it was interrupted in the middle of the write. Well, one of the ways that we can avoid that is we do a little bit of writing first. We make sure that we're able to write to the drive, and only then.
Okay, so good question, Aaliyah. Thanks for asking that. Essentially, what you want to do is you should see the option that I want to look for work.
Production database in this particular case. So this is one that I think really helps with.
Oh, I'm already signed in. I actually created a profile just so I can see what you guys can see.
Corrupted, that you've got integrity of the data.
Good question. It depends. So the jobs depend. So give me a second here.
before we ever put any changes into our database, if
Do you
we
see,
are interrupted in the middle of a write, when the system comes back
Give
up,
me a
it
second.
simply looks through the journal. Well, did that journal entry get posted? Yes, it did. So that one was okay. What about the next one on the list? Did that journal entry get posted? Yes, it did. Did this journal entry get posted? Oh, no, it didn't. It got interrupted right in the middle. But I have the journal entry, so now let's finish that up. We'll finish up the journal connection. We'll update the database.
Burger. I didn't realize there was a burger.
That is the beauty of a journal. So that is where you can focus.
I'm surprised you didn't just say click the Krabby Patty. All right.
Where you can now have
Aaliyah, can you see this?
extra buffer.
Do you see that on your site?
What the journal is. It's a buffer
Yes.
that allows
Click on I want to
to
work.
prevent any cases.
When I click on it, it still shows a login portal.
Data.
It just says contractor.
So
okay, give me a second.
And
it doesn't let you do anything for signing up?
The right thing, that is exactly the answer.
I think my screen's blocked off the bottom.
These others, they all got very
Okay.
votes.
Yeah, check it. See right here, it says new user, click to register.
Corrupted files here.
You know if you
How
have
are you
that.
going to get data from offsite that is anywhere up
Got
to
it.
date?
Thank you.
With what you were
You're
currently
welcome.
doing during the day.
Anybody
Offsite
else?
Storage had to be taken and then had to be transported
And
offsite.
actually, give me a second. I'll tell you what those jobs that were based over in Phoenix and those other places. I'll tell you some of the details that I saw about the pay. So just bear with me a second.
We're losing more than just the corrupted data.
All right. So employment type: independent contracting, freelance, field services, 1099. Pay rate varies per work order, approximately $20 to $30 an hour.
Replication has a similar problem. If we have a corrupted database and we replicate the database, we simply have a corrupted, replicated database. And we don't replicate generally in real time. We usually replicate every 5 minutes, every 30 minutes, every hour. So there is still data that we would be missing even if we recovered from a replicated database. Snapshots are also good ones, but snapshots also do not happen in real time. Snapshots happen at a certain time of the day. Maybe you take a snapshot every 5 minutes, every 30 minutes, every hour, or whatever it happens to be, but you still have the problem that that data is old. The moment you take a snapshot, you're suddenly now got a clock running and that data is old. You could have 100 transactions occur right after you've made the snapshot. Well, now your snapshot's already old. It's already a little dusty around the edges. That's something we don't want to use if we want to keep all of the data and keep it recent. And of course, encryption, only 1% of you chose that one. Encryption doesn't help at all with data corruption. The best choice in this case to keep your data safe is using
I'll give you guys an example of something I see in the state right now. They have a $300 flat rate for IT field technician and equipment migration. So this hands my support. Essentially,
one of the things that
a
you
fixed
may
rate
have
of
noticed already is
$300
we
bucks.
talked about a lot of
Just see.
different types of topics. So we're going to start using some of those.
Yeah,
topics
so
and things
essentially,
that we've discussed already.
David Program, on site technician, will connect remotely with the client team for 1 to 2 hours to explain the intervention and check prerequisites. I have to be on the site on time.
After downloading a new SSH client,
Let's just
a
see here.
technician's
They need you to have a
security software
toolkit.
alerts to malware in the
Certainly,
download.
you're basically working with the
After analyzing
migration.
the download, no malware was
Site
found.
engineer.
Which of
Yeah,
the
and
following
usually
will
they'll say
describe
how many hours they
this
want you to work.
alert? Is it exposure
Sure.
factor, dynamic
I think this might actually, okay, yeah, so fixed amount is $300 for 8
input
hours.
validation,
And that's like a
or
contract
data loss
opportunity on there.
prevention?
That's based in
See if you know what these happen to be. After downloading a new SSH
Grand
client,
Junction,
the
Colorado.
technician's security software alerts to malware in the download.
There's another one,
After analyzing the
full-time
download,
help desk
no
support,
malware was
that's like a
found.
level 3.
Which of the following would describe
And,
this alert? Is it exposure factor?
They're paying for that one
dynamic
$25
analysis,
an hour for
false
40
positive,
hours.
input validation, or data loss prevention? Do you think you know the answer? Go to professormester.com/QA to lock in your answer. It might be something that you are
That's in Illinois.
familiar with. See if you
It's another
know
one based
all of
in
these
Queens.
terms, by the way, again,
Ah,
are all part of the CompTIA exam objectives. Make sure you are familiar with all of those objectives.
so hopefully that gives you guys some
that
insights.
you are going through and understanding all of the things you need to know for this exam.
One thing I will say is that next week I will not be here. For anybody that I have not already assisted with like finding at least one preliminary rule, but if you're looking for you guys for opportunities before I go, And you'll know who you are if I haven't reached out to you and said, hey, I submitted your resume to this or that, if that makes sense. So anything that I find that's suitable for you, I'll be sure to let you know, hey, I submitted your resume too. Outside of that, again, please just use that applicant tracking sheet and keep me updated. Again, if you're in the situation where you've signed up for alerts but you're not really seeing very much, you can always go back to that sheet that I shared with you and just start clicking through and going straight to the company sites. One other thing that I recommend that you guys do is just make a list of companies in your area that you'd be interested in working in. If you find that you're searching for opportunities and they all want higher level of experience than you actually have, look for e-waste companies. You guys know what e-waste is?
E-waste? No.
Look for e-waste companies. These are where basically they'll recycle computers. So computers, laptops, printers, pretty much a bunch of technical stuff. It's just a great way that you can get some hands-on experience actually working with the computers, laptops, printers, that kind of thing. And then that can be one of those things that you can use as far as experience to bridge you into something that could be more relevant to exactly what you want. I will say some of the things that I'm saying now, I've actually had a couple of graduates interview for different positions, and they're saying, hey, they said that they wanted somebody with a little bit more experience. So even in the midst of you guys searching, you can take on part-time opportunities just to bridge the gap. If that makes sense with regard to your skill set, doing contract work, for example, even like I mentioned, looking for like an e-waste place. Even if it's not e-waste, you can also look for computer repair shops. So if you have close by computer repair shops or other companies close by in the area, obviously you can search on their sites to see if they have opportunities available. If you find that you're a person that makes a good impression in person, actually engaging with people, you can always print off your couple of your resumes at Staple. If you have a printer at home, you can print them off. Go on in person and just introduce yourself. Hey, here's my resume. I'm actually looking for, an IT role or a cybersecurity role, that kind of thing. I just wanted to come in and introduce myself, see if you guys have any opportunities currently, or if you might have any opportunities in the near future. A lot of times, believe it or not, that you can make a really positive impression doing that. So I just kind of want to give you guys some other things to consider, to kind of think outside of the box as we get ready to commence your job search. Any questions for you guys? Or for me?
Was flashing. Warning, warning, warning. This has malware.
Kevin, I sent you an email with a link to your applicant tracking sheet. Did you get it?
About this particular system, that was a false
okay, that's it. And then, do you guys remember? You can always just go into your inbox that I've been corresponding with you in, and just search my name. You'll see a bunch of resources that I've sent you guys over the course of class. So, if you're looking for, hey, how do I tailor my application materials, that kind of thing. You can always access that, as well as other resources like prep.
Completely missed it. Refer to those as a false.
Oh yeah.
I have a question.
Those are super bad.
Yeah, give me a second, Kevin. There is a list of companies on there. There's 3 tabs when you look on your applicant tracking sheet, so you can click between them. Go ahead, Michael. Your question.
Some of the places I've seen it apply for, they ask, do you want AI to look at your application? I clicked on no most of the time. Is that a good thing to have, or no?
I mean, for me, maybe I don't know the bigger picture, so maybe I'm not going to have the most informed answer on it, but to some degree, I feel like they already were using some form of AI, if that makes sense. You're welcome. But with that being said, yeah, for me, I kind of prefer, of course I'll use AI when it comes to streamlining certain things with my job. That doesn't mean that I'm just going to completely offset it and not really take a close eye look at what's going on with it. But me personally, I prefer people to people, if that makes sense. So just understand with the applicant tracking system, they probably already have some form of AI that's being incorporated. One of those things is that I've actually seen situations where you have human resources teams that really don't understand the technical rules that they're hiring for, and they'll make the requirements for the role just not realistic, if that makes sense. And the tech department realized, hey, we don't really have many or any applicants at all. What's going on here? And it's kind of the way that they have it coded. So sometimes I kind of think with an AI, do they have it coded properly? So all that being said, just put your best foot forward. And again, I gave you guys that resource of the strategy, how to get a first interview. You guys remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They can be proactive in reaching out to recruiters and employers. That's another way. If you submitted an application, don't be fearful to follow up and just say, hey, I'm just reaching out to submit an application. I think I'd be a great fit because there's reason A, B, and C, if that makes sense. Here's a copy of my resume, just so that think about it like this, and doing that, you can make their job easier for them, because then they don't have to go look through their system and see, oh, did I see their application, or oh, can I find my resume? That makes sense. So you can be proactive in reaching out to employers, and that's especially if you feel like you make a good impression and just having conversations and reaching out to people. So that's my 2 cents there. All right, class. Okay, James, it's 7. Thank you all. It's been a pleasure. I will be back in touch with you all. Let me see. Not the next week. What is that? The 3rd? Give me a second. The week of the 10th. I'll be in touch with all of you. Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
So keep me posted on your applicant tracking sheets until then.
Bye.
All right. Thank you all. James, handing it off to you.
So make sure you're familiar with these. This is a bit of a acronym.
All right, thank you, Miss Jewel. Sounds like a lot of good information being passed back and forth. That's what I'm talking about.
Want to see
Woo-hoo.
one of those acronyms
Success.
for the exam, and the exam has a lot of good
All right.
acronyms in it. Let's see how you.
So it's 4 o'clock now.
A change control request states a new.
Go ahead and take 15. I know y'all were doing a lot, so meet back here in 15 minutes and go ahead and stretch your legs. All right.
Would it be
All right.
redundant switch connections, application development, mobile device management, wireless network connectivity, or VPN authentication? Well, what did you choose? Let's close the poll and find out. Well, we got a good number. Almost 70% of you said the answer is application development, but is it the right answer? Because 17% of you say the answer is redundant switch connections. We also have folks that have answered, 7% of you have answered VPN authentication, 5% say wireless network connectivity, and 2% say mobile device management. Well, the answer, almost 70%, say the answer is application development in this case. The real key, of course, is the term SDLC. SDLC is a shortcut, a term, an acronym for a software development lifecycle. So for those of you in IT, we don't care much about this. This is really very unimportant because we don't do software development. The computer science people do the software development. But there is this tiny overlap between the world of IT and the world of information, IT and computer science. So we have that little overlap between those two. But us as IT people, we don't really care if you're running an agile software development lifecycle. We don't care if you're doing a waterfall application development lifecycle. We don't do application development. That is one major rule for the world of IT. So that's great. We don't have to worry about that part of it. In fact, you won't do any application development if you're working in the world of IT. You might be doing some scripting, some automation, certainly. So knowing Python and being able to script things at a batch file or a shell script, being able to use PowerShell, those are important skills. We're not saying you shouldn't do that, but you're not building an application from that. You're simply automating from that. There's a big difference between creating a full-blown application, supporting that application, and then simply doing some scripting. And that's one of the reasons I think I like IT so much. I'm not doing the application development part. Probably would not be very good at that anyway. My focus indeed is keeping the applications running, keeping the data safe, keeping the network up and running. That's the focus of IT. So software development lifecycle, being able to get an idea and make an application out of it. That idea might be a good one, but we're going to need some computer science people to be able to program that for us using whatever application development software they happen to use and whatever process they prefer to use to create that software. That process is known as a software development lifecycle. And that was the real key for this particular question, the SDLC. So application development works perfectly there. 17% of you said the answer was a redundant switch connection. SDLC is not about switching. I guess back in the day, if some of you go way back with wide area networks, you're probably familiar with a serial data link control. I think that's what it was. SDLC, was it serial data link control? I think it was. It was a signaling method used on serial links, primarily wide area network links, but it could also be used on a local area network as well. But SDLC, not part of this, has nothing to do with switch connections, has nothing to do with wide area network in this particular context. 7% of you say VPN authentication. SDLC is not part of VPNs or being able to connect a VPN tunnel. We also have wireless network connectivity. wireless network connectivity has nothing to do with SDLC either. And then mobile device management, 2% of you chose that one. This is not about mobile devices. This is about writing applications, which is why I really don't have anything to do with it. I'm just not very good at application development. I am so glad there are application development people out there because they know how to write the applications much better than I ever could, hopefully. So we'll make those folks will be able to give us the information that we absolutely need. Well, I know it's top of the hour, but let's see if we can do one more question, shall we? This next question is not going to be one that I created specifically for this live event. Instead, we're going to take a question from my practice exams book. My practice exams book is a 381-page book. It's a thick one. It's a big book with lots of questions in it. There are 3 separate practice exams in here, 3 90-question practice exams in here. Of those separate 90-question practice exams, each one of them has 5 performance-based questions and 85 multiple-choice-based questions, and there are 3 of those inside of this book. Why don't we do a question directly from the book, shall we? I have on my screen somewhere, there it is, a question. This is my practice exams book. It's a PDF as it's published. This book has, this is on page 14 of the book, Practice Exam A. The question is A38. Of course, please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. The question asks, a security administrator has copied a suspected malware executable from a user's computer and is running the program in a sandbox. Which the following would describe this part of the incident response process? Is that eradication, preparation, recovery, or containment? Now, of course, this is a PDF, so we could even annotate parts of it if we find things in here that we think are interesting. If I had a stylus, I could write on the screen. It's open and available for you to make whatever notes you would like and to save those as part of the PDF. Nothing is restricted in here. You can use this as if it was a physical book that was sitting in front of you that you could draw in. So I want it to be as open and available to you as possible, especially if you're studying. And of course, you can go through and understand what these are. Now, one of the things you'll notice is that if you want to know the answer, you can go to a page that just has the answer, A, B, C, or D. That was my quick answer page, which is on page 33. This is on page 14. So, as we know with PDFs, you would need to scroll to page 33. But if you wanted a more detailed breakdown of the answer, you have to go to page 76. There's a lot of scrolling to get from page 14 to page 76. So in this practice exams book, I created hyperlinks where it says quick answer and hyperlinks where it says the details. So if you want to go to page 76, you're on page 14, you simply click the details, it takes you to page 76. That's where you are. And you can see that we have the question at the top and we see the answer is decontainment, and I give you an explanation of why I believe that is the right answer. Now, the other thing that I put in here, and I did this because there's a lot of, well, I'll just say it's really bad practice questions out on the internet. And one of the things you don't often get with practice questions is why wrong answers were wrong. But in my world, where I get a lot of wrong answers all the time, I want to know, why did I get that wrong? Telling me why the right answer was right is helpful, but if I got the wrong answer, this is an opportunity to explain to me how I am wrong and to teach me a little bit more about the topic. So in my book, every single incorrect answer is completely documented. So if you answered A, eradication, I explain why that is not the right answer. If you selected B, preparation, I explain why that is not the right answer. Why is it recovery? No, it is not. Here's why it is not. That is it. And you went through this entire question, you didn't even understand the topic. You have no idea what the incident response process is. You don't know what eradication is. You don't know what preparation is. You don't know what recovery or containment is. You can scroll all the way to the bottom where I have a QR code and a link that will take you to the video that is in section 4.8 of my SY0701 course. The name of the video is Incident Response, so that you can watch the video and be able to understand more about the question that was originally being asked. So that is my practice exams book. Once we are finished working with that answer, maybe you want to go to the next one that is on the list. Well, you may not even realize PDF readers have a back button in them. So you simply click the back button and you're where you started. And now we can go to the next question that's on our list. that is my practice exams book. That is something that you can download immediately if you get our digital edition PDF. Again, if you get the physical edition printed book, we ship this anywhere in the world. We have printers located around the world, so it's closest to where you happen to be. It's not something I always have to send directly from the US. And this is one that will be shipped to you. And while you're waiting for it to arrive, of course, you have access to the digital PDF to download and be able to start reading through immediately. Usually, things that are shipped within the United States, it usually takes me 5 to 7 days to print and ship these out, and they usually will get to you in about a week. If it's international, it takes a little bit longer because sometimes this does have to go through customs, and if that happens, it does tend to take maybe an extra week to get through. Sometimes faster, sometimes slower. It just depends on how the customs happens to be for your country. It's another great way to help study, and maybe something that you can use to help really know, have I learned everything I need to know? Because I created questions in this book that have a similar style, a similar tone, a similar method of teaching as the actual exam. So it might also help you to become more familiar with that style before you walk into the exam room. That's my practice exams book. You can find out more about it on my website from the main menus or visit professormesser.com/securitype. As I mentioned to you earlier, the practice exams, the video courses, and everything that we create for this exam all comes directly from the list of objectives that CompTIA provides to us and to you. This is a free set of objectives, something you can download directly from the CompTIA website. These objectives give you a list of everything you need to know. For example, you start with section 1.1 under general security concepts of that's domain 1.0. Section 1.1 says compare and contrast various types of security controls. Those would be categories including technical, managerial, operational, physical, and it would be control types such as preventive, deterrent, detective, corrective, compensating, and directive. And of course, we also have section 1.2 where we continue with the topics we need to know. We can go to section 1.3, keep going down. Oh, I got a lot in here. Section 1.3 is the ones over here. There we explain the change management process. Look at all the bullets that we need to know about that one. So if you know all of these bullets, that you can explain what a allow list or deny list means in the world of technical implications, then or restricted activities or downtime or service restart or application restart or legacy applications or dependencies. Hey, there's one we chose today. So those are terms, that's where I got these from. That's why you saw a question today that talked about dependencies, because that was specifically listed in things you need to know when you walk into the exam room. So that's why when we do these study groups, I pull directly from this list so that you will also become more familiar with these topics, especially if you didn't happen to see that in the current set of exam objectives. Those objectives, again, are free. They're on the CompTIA website. You can download them from there. They make a great checklist before you start your studies. They make a fantastic checklist before you book your exam. People often say, how do I know if I'm really ready? The objectives will tell you. Everything you need to know is in that list. Well, we've gone through an hour of Q&A already. Can you believe it? An hour has slipped by. Well, we, of course, have more study groups that we're bringing to you before the end of the year. We do one of these every month. I have currently scheduled the October study group to be October the 22nd. That is about a month from now. So October the 22nd is the date that I currently have scheduled for this, but sometimes my schedule gets pretty crazy and I have to move things around. So one of the ways that you can always be up to date with when the latest next live event will be, you simply go to professormesser.com/calendar, and you can, of course, go through all the things that we are doing, when those things are happening, and if I ever move them, that's where I change it first, is in the calendar. Go to professormesser.com/calendar, and you will know exactly when the next live event will be. You can see that we have A+ study groups on the 7th and 9th of October. We've got Network Plus on the 15th, Security Plus on the 22nd. We'd love for you to come back and join us for the next Security Plus study group as well. Well, that is a lot for a single hour, but we are not done yet. That's just our normal study group. What about the after show? That's right, we have more, where instead of me asking you questions, I want to get questions from you. You can submit those questions at any time using that same URL that we were using before. Go to professormesser.com/QA, and you can submit questions by that tab that's at the top of the screen. Of course, if you are watching this on a replay, you might want to follow us on X, on Discord, on YouTube by typing in professormesser.com/X/Discord/YouTube or whatever it happens to be. If you're studying or you've already earned your Security Plus and you would like to earn a CEU for watching this live event, I would love to give you a CEU. The way you would do that is go to the top or the bottom of the Professor Messer website. Under the Contact Us link, click that link and put in your name, your email address. In the subject line, put September 2025 Security Plus, and in the body of the message on a line by itself, put the super secret code words of the month: application development, VPN authentication. It's a lot of words, but that's what you need to put in there. And then you submit that. So here's the process again. For those of you that might have missed it, you go to the top or the bottom of the Professor Messer website. You click the link that says Contact Us. In that Contact Us link, put in your name, your email address. In the subject line, please put September 2025 Security Plus. And in the body of the message on a line by itself, put the super secret code words of the month: application development and VPN authentication. And if you do that, I will, in about a week, turn these back around to you. You will receive an email from me that certifies that you were here for a 1-hour webinar category CEU. Don't forget about our discounted vouchers as well. It's a way that you can save some money right off the top for your Security Plus exam. If you're in the US or Canada, head on over to professormesser.com/vouchers and get your discounted voucher. These are the same vouchers you can get by paying more money at the CompTIA website, by the way. We just have a special arrangement with them. We can save you a few bucks whenever you're working through that process. And of course, our course notes are on our website as well. Just another way to help support what we do here, help make other training courses available for other people in the industry, and keeps everything going, keeps those lights on, make sure that we're able to do more of these live streams. We thank you so much for your continued support. Stick around for the after show coming up in just a few seconds. Thank you so much for joining us. We will see you next time on the Security Plus Study Group. Thanks, everybody. Okay, let me take a quick sip. 1 moment, please. Also, get rid of all of my graphics. Well, it's much better. What was I thinking? There we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the after show. That was a good session. I'm constantly amazed at how well you folks do with these questions that I think are going to be really difficult, not a problem for you. Questions that I think will not be difficult, sometimes throw us a curveball. I just never am quite sure exactly what we go through that. So we will go through that. The voucher discount process is you just go to the website. There's nothing you need. There's no codes. There's no installations. There's no registrations. You go to professormesser.com/vouchers. That's it. And I show you the retail price on the screen, and then I show you our price, so that you can see just how much you might be doing, how much you'd be saving, how much you'd be earning, other options for the vouchers. Some of you like the vouchers that have a retake option. I show you the retake option for those as well. So you've got lots of ways that you could implement those vouchers. If you'd like to know more about those, you're more than welcome to ask those questions. Speaking of asking those questions, well, there we go. If I could do this properly, if it was professional, it would look something like that. You can submit questions for the second hour of the study group at any time. You can even have done it already. Some of you already have. Thank you so much. We will be moderating questions during the session. So once you submit those questions, they sort of go into the ether somewhere. But don't worry, I can access them. I can see them on my side. It's okay. I will make sure that that's the case. So we'll be able to look at those. If you want to submit those questions, use the exact same link that we've been using so far. Go to professormesser.com/QA, and you can submit those questions. I need to now parse through those questions to sort of understand what it is. There we go. I need to look through the questions myself. I'm going to look through these. I'm going to see what type of questions you have sent. Some of you send amazing questions. Some of you do not. So I have to get rid of some of the chaff and we stick with the wheat. So we're going to work through the details here so that we can have something worth brewing at the end of this, right? Let's keep going through that list. Let's talk about different challenges with getting certifications. Let's start with one from Mark. Mark says, hello, Professor. I initially planned to do the Security Plus exam in April. As we are recording this is September, so it's a number of months after. Mark decided to postpone as life got in the way, as did my newborn. Congratulations, Mark. A blessing on your house. This is something that is always, that's a good reason to push back a certification exam if I ever think of one. So we'll give you a couple months for that one. But now it's time to get back to work. Now it's time to get some things done. Have them sleep in your lap. You can put the book right there. Maybe they'll learn a little bit about brute force attacks as you're going through your studies. Mark continues, during my study time, I struggled with a number of the IT concepts. So I've been thinking of doing CompTIA ITF Plus in order to boost my confidence in this area and then taking Security Plus afterwards. Do you think ITF Plus would be sufficient to fill this gap in my knowledge? So ITF Plus is the IT Fundamentals Certification Exam. This is kind of a precursor to the A Plus exam. So for those of you familiar with A Plus really goes into a lot of detail with operating systems and security and networking and hardware, and there's 2 separate exams. It's a big series of exams. It's like taking 2 security pluses because there's so many different topics. But one that is kind of a primer to the A Plus is what used to be called Mark calls it the ITF Plus because it's been called that for so long. But recently, since the time, Mark, that you postponed in April until now, they've changed the name. So they've changed it from IT Fundamentals Plus to Tech Plus, which I think is probably a better name. It better describes what they're trying to do with that. I think Tech Plus is a very good primer that doesn't require you to do as much as the A Plus does, but it does teach you the fundamentals of these different technologies. The challenge with that, if there's a downside, there's always a downside, of course. If I had to choose a negative for the Tech Plus, the negative is that it is not well recognized elsewhere in the industry. Sometimes, and I would say probably the primary focus of people that visit our website, that are watching this video, that go through the process of certification, they're doing it because they want to either get a job in IT or get a better job in IT. Both of these sound good to me. That's a good reason for going through the certification process. And that's why A Plus, Network Plus, Security Plus, and other certifications are well known to hiring managers. They're well known to companies that are hiring technical people. And if you look at job postings in your area, I bet that you will see A Plus will probably be listed, Network Plus might be in there, Security Plus might be in there. But it might be difficult to find an employer who is specifically asking for Tech Plus or for ITF Plus. In fact, you probably see more requests for ITF Plus than Tech Plus, but you're probably not even going to see many of those, just because of the differences in the number of people taking those certs, the industry knowledge of those certifications, and people who are hiring for technical roles don't often keep track of the things that are moving and shaking inside of the certification world. So they might not even know there is a Tech Plus that has replaced ITF Plus. We see that all the time. So although employers may not be looking for that certification, it doesn't mean that the content of that certification isn't valid or in some way not better than anything else. It may be that Tech Plus provides you with that foundational knowledge that might help you get something like a Security Plus. I personally think you probably don't need a separate certification to get that foundational knowledge. Maybe all you need is a Tech Plus book. You read through some of that to give you some context, or you hit those topics online, and then you can shift into the Security Plus side of things. In my video course, I do try to give some level of foundation. It's not possible to do that in every scenario, though, and I have no way to know if the person who's going to be watching the video has some pre-existing knowledge and foundation in IT, or if they're coming and approaching this as a complete newbie in the industry. Both are important to talk about, but I try to balance it out as I go through the course. I try not to jump completely into brand new topics without having some type of context associated with it. But if you've never been in IT, you may need to reference back to those. So I don't have a good answer for you. I think ITF and Tech Plus, as it's now called, is a pretty sufficient way to get those foundational terms. It's a good way to understand the nomenclature of technology. I don't know that it's a great cert to help boost your visibility with your resume, but it might boost your brain into earning the Security Plus, which would certainly boost your resume. So maybe it's 2 steps away from the Security Plus. And maybe that's what you need to help with your studies. I think that's something to think about. Congratulations on the new member of the family. And now I think I understand why you're working so hard to get that Security Plus, because now everything changes. Now it's all about you up until April. Not about you anymore, is it? Yep. Now it's the rest of us are in the same boat, brother. So that's how it works. That's how it's supposed to work. So congratulations and best of luck with your studies. That includes Tech Plus. But it
All right, so everybody's back. So what we're going to be doing is just working on some class work. Got about an hour and a half left from class. Got any questions? Let me know.
Those types of stories. There's a
Sure, Miss
reason
Jewel left you some
for
homework
what
to
we
do,
often,
job
and I
searches and
often
stuff
hear
like
the
that too.
reason.
So I heard her
Sometimes
talking
I like
to.
to get a little bit of insight into your
For
world.
sure.
Keeps me motivated on this side. I don't know that I need a lot of motivation, but I think we got a pretty good idea here of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we can make this happen. And we're just going to keep doing that.
Told you some of the places, Momentum.
More on our questions that you were submitting. Of course, at any time you can submit those questions by going to professormesser.com/.
Yeah, that's one thing about IT. I got enough experience. You got to dig out that experience.
There are a lot of
use your experience in the community you're already in.
Right up my alley. This is from
you got to take that experience and kind of tweak it so it crosses over to
sensors in that first hour. Is it like a virtual machine?
Network.
Software installed on the device?
Google had this tool. Let me see if I can find it.
Part of my
or you can convert
career arc, if that's what we can call it. I'm not sure what you would call it. Part of my career was working for companies that focused on network analysis and network management, reporting, statistics, metrics, net flow. I was in the middle of it. So I would fly around the world installing, talking about, implementing these types of systems. So I would spend 2 weeks in Scotland deploying and putting in reporting systems using these sensors and collectors. And then I'd move over to Canada. We'd put some others in. We'd fly down to Texas, do something else, and then I'd go home. You know, that was a normal week in my world of things that I did. It was a crazy world. It was an odd. I look back on that job and think that was at the time I didn't think it was that odd. It's not that weird.
It was a conversion tool. I'm looking for, so I'm gonna find it for you.
I was flying to Scotland and talking with people in Canada and doing a online connection to folks that are. It was just crazy what we can do here in this industry. It's one of the reasons I love IT is because it gives you those opportunities. So one of the things that a sensor could be is software that's running inside of a switch.
I think they'd only check if they were paying you a ton of money.
I talk about SNMP, Simple Network Management Protocol, and I do a demonstration of SNMP on a network. I don't have a demonstration here handy.
But boy, are they going to find out what they got on the first day.
I brought up some type of SNMP browser, an SNMP Walker on my screen, and we could step through.
They're going to show Mike the factory floor. This is what I was talking about. We need all this taken care of. Mike's like, man, we need to get somebody in here to do that. They're going to look at you like, that's why we hired you. He was like,
oh. My computer, on my video for that, that's something that really does come in handy if you're working through trying to understand how this works. So there's a lot of statistics that all of your switches, your routers, your servers, and other devices are already gathering. Effectively, the devices plugged into your network are already sensors to some degree. They can give you throughput information. They can show you errors. They can show you bandwidth details. A lot of information can be gathered from those. We also have standalone hardware sensors that you can plug into a network. These usually sit in line in a connection. So you would break a connection and plug this device in the middle. Kind of how they work. It has what we refer to in the industry as a Gazinda port and a Gazada port. That's the technical terms that we would use when we describe those devices. Very simple. They sit in the middle of the link. They're invisible to everybody. They're just passing the traffic through. But as they're passing the traffic through, they are examining the information, collecting information about traffic flows, understanding where the conversations are occurring, in some cases recognizing the applications that are in use, and describing what type of traffic may be inside of those applications. That's a piece of hardware. It's usually in a rack or next to a system, and it is going through and looking at all of that traffic that is going by. There's also kind of a middle ground for that. There's software-based sensors you can usually install on a server, on a different device. That would provide you with a similar functionality as the hardware. So the great part about this is that these sensors can kind of be anywhere. They could be a virtual machine. They could be built into an operating system that's already running. They could be a standalone device that is only a sensor. A lot of ways to implement this. If you ever want to get more of some additional information about these, I think NetFlow is a great way to get your interest and knowledge of how these things work, because it's a technology that's been around for so long. And NetFlow is a great way to understand that sensor and collector mindset, because you can put many sensors out on the network and have all of those sensors reporting back to one central collector. That means you can do all of your reporting, all of your analysis, all of your correlations, all from one screen, rather than having to jump around the network to all of these other devices. So another great way to do it. I have some great sensor software that I've installed in my Linux servers. They report up to the cloud into a centralized Linux reporting device. It's a third-party cloud-based service that takes all of my data and presents me with reports. That's one way to do it. There's lots of ways to implement sensors and implement some way to view what's happening out there in the world with those technologies. Let's keep going through this list. A lot of great questions you guys are sending in. Again, if you would like to submit a question, you can do this at any time by going to professormesser.com/QA. I'm simply looking through this list as I go through this. Let's keep going. Okay, let's talk about this one. This is so Security Plus, and the company's paying for it as well as a retake. That's pretty nice. I think that's a nice scenario that you've got in here. Plus, you're able to take not a lot of pressure because you got the retake option on there. Continuing says, as a graduate with a bachelor's degree in computer engineering, will this certification help me advance into a higher role in the cybersecurity field? So this is kind of the problem that I have with the term cybersecurity, is I don't know what it is. We've never actually locked down what cybersecurity really, really is. Is cybersecurity the process of examining the code of an application to determine if the application is secure or not? Is cybersecurity the protection of traffic going across the network by encrypting that information either with a third-party encryption tool or with a VPN or some other encryption method? Is cybersecurity the way that we implement authentication on our systems by having multiple factors? Is cybersecurity based on any combination of those together? There's just no one term or one thing that we could say cybersecurity means this one thing. It doesn't. So cybersecurity, in our industry, I think we like having it as a broad term because we can sort of speak to it broadly. And in fact, it's useful to talk about security in the world of technology as a broad concept, because too often we refer to security as a thing that we're doing on that one system or a thing that we're doing on that one network. But all of these have to work together. If you're in the world of IT, whether you're doing data centers, databases, mail, cloud, networking, security systems, operating systems, Linux, mobile devices, whatever you are doing in the world of IT, there's a security component associated with it. And you're responsible for that security component associated with it. We just don't say, oh, we have an IT department, and in that IT department is a security team. They're the only ones that need to worry about security. Oh, no. Nope, you don't get that. You are responsible for security. So in my world of information technology, I look at cybersecurity as IT security. So I'm not involved in application development. I think I've made this clear so far. Application developers, though, need to be very familiar with how to stop invalid input. They need to be very familiar with how to prevent buffer overflows. They need to be familiar with how to make sure that there's no way to do any type of SQL injection. Well, I can't stop any of those. I guess I could stop it with an IPS if I happen to know exactly the signature that SQL injection will take. There's some of that. But fixing the app is not my purview. That's not my world in IT security. Application developers are over there. I will write up and I will identify, perhaps I can find the SQL injection, perhaps I will see that there's a buffer overflow, and I can let the computer science people handle that from there. I can say, hey, buffer overflow, can you fix that, please? Thanks so much. Let us know when it's done, because I can't fix it. I'm not going to compile the code. I'm not going to look through the code. I'm not going to modify the code. That's not where you want me anyway. That would be a horrible thing. So let's get the experts who know what they're doing to go through the code and fix it, and then they can provide it to me, at which point I do change control, I implement the fix, and I monitor that fix to make sure that the system is working properly, that our data is safe, and that the systems are up and running. That's my world of IT. So the question here asks, I'm getting a Security Plus, I've got a bachelor's degree in computer engineering. Is this really gonna help me? Just broadly in security. And I think yes. If you are in the world of technology, one of the challenges getting into the world of technology is just getting your foot in the door. You've got a really good foundation that you're building on with this question, where you've got a bachelor's degree in computer engineering. That's clearly a computer science side. I doubt you went into specifics about how to create a more redundant Linux distribution or build out an enterprise network design. That's not the world of computer engineering. Instead, that's really building the computer systems, building the hardware and writing the software to go along with that hardware. So being able to add on to your bachelor's degree is great, but it is focused on a particular set of topics and classes that you took to make up that particular bachelor's degree. And one of the things that we have found and certainly seen in the United States and North America in general is that there are many universities that will give you a four-year degree in computer science, in computer engineering, and anything on that side of the computer science side. But not a lot of those universities have anything IT related. There are very few. It's very slow go. It's hard to find a university that really has an emphasis in a pure information technology degree. I'm not talking about, they'll tell you about networks, but then you have to learn all this programming. That's not an IT degree. Universities looking at you. I know what you're doing there. In fact, that's been the way in most universities for 30 years. It has not changed. And so employers know this, and they know that people coming out of university may be very well versed in how to program. They might be very well versed in understanding the backplanes of a device and in what backplanes work better than others. But in IT, we don't worry about that. So they need additional credentials. They want to see that you have taken the look into the world of IT and that you understand operating systems and networks and security. And Security Plus does a great job of bringing that information to the forefront for people that are hiring. And that's why there's a video that is in the YouTube video description of this video. It's called How to Get a Job in IT with No Experience, something like that. That video, I talk about 4 different elements that could best position you to get that first job in IT or to get the next job you want in IT. Those 4 elements are a formal education, check. Bachelor's degree in computer engineering, yep, 4-year degree, got it. Formal education. That's just one. The other, number 2 on my list, that second element, a industry certification. Hopefully something that fits the job that you're in. If your employer is trying to get you to get a Security Plus and paying for it, that pretty much is, that's a given. That's 2 solid pluses for you. Third on the list is it would be nice to have some practical experience. Not just experience in school, but things that you have done practically. Maybe you have a great home lab. Maybe you've built out your own security infrastructure. Maybe you've implemented your own firewall. You've added an IPS to that. You've created firewall rules, and you've got reports that you've created from that rule set that you've built. That's a great home lab, by the way, and it gives you information that you can create a report from and take that report with you or show that report during an interview. An interview, we always talk about, we call it an interview. It's really about you telling stories. That's what an interview is. I hate that we call it interview. Like we're supposedly supposed to be very static, and we're only going to respond when people talk to us. That's not what we're doing. This is not really what's going on. The person interviewing us probably thinks that's what's going on, but if you want to take control of your interview, you need to have stories. You need to be able to explain these very technical topics in ways that the person across the table will understand, and you need to have some type of visual explanation of what you have done. And I think things like implementing your own firewall, collecting data on that firewall, and then creating reports from that data are very powerful when you're explaining to someone. Because there's your story. Well, I put in this brand new firewall. I put it on my internet connection. You won't believe how many attacks I got.
Hey, Mike, here's that job skills transfer tool.
Here's the list.
I know I saw it somewhere.
That's pretty good stuff. There's a whole story behind that. And that's what you want to be in an interview. Is you
put in the occupation that you're looking for, and then under it, it asks what skills you have, and then it kind of maps to see if it transfers.
Things they're trying to do in their company. They need those types of reports. They need that type of thinking. Perhaps more importantly, how do you even know to create those reports? That's what you want to be able to do. So from a cybersecurity perspective, absolutely important. So that was third. I said there were 4 elements. The fourth element, this is a good one. You're going to have to really work at this one. The fourth element, you know somebody who already works there. Right? I didn't have to go to school for 4 years for that. You don't have to study up for a certification for that. You don't have to build a home lab for that. But in fact, that may be the most important part of getting a job in IT is knowing someone who works there. Now, I'm not talking that you have some type of relationship that you see on the weekends all the time, that you go to their kids' birthday parties. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean a professional acquaintance. Someone you have met at a Cisco user group meeting, a Microsoft user group meeting, someone you know from a different position that you were in, someone that you met through a third party. Maybe you only met them once, but you know them. You know where they work. You have their card. You got their contact information. They added you on LinkedIn. You know them, and they work there. That is very powerful stuff. And if you have all 4, it's even better. But knowing someone who works there can be really useful. I think in my career, I have worked for, how many different companies have I worked for? Now, let's not talk about different jobs within the same company. Let's talk about right out of school, not talking about the jobs I had in school, because I worked for the Florida State Computing Center when I attended Florida State University. So when I graduated Florida State University, to be clear, I was on the 5-year plan, but I got through. I went to an organization right out of school that was a computing company in South Miami on US 1. It was, but they had the contract for every computer that was being installed in Miami-Dade County government. I was a very, very busy person working at that first job, and I learned a lot. I worked for a second insurance company right after that, stayed there for about 5 years. Went to work for and then I started working, instead of working for companies, I started working for the manufacturing side. So I jumped over to Network General after that, worked with the Sniffer products, the network management products, the NetFlow products, did reporting. Then also, we got bought by McAfee, so that folded in antivirus, firewalls. We had one of the very first firewalls in the industry, IPS, a lot of great security, PGP, a lot of great security technology. As a systems engineer there, so we got to learn the technical side of all of those products. Network General divested out of McAfee, got a divorce. So I'm sort of a fifth one there, sort of a fifth company, but really went back to the fourth company. And sort of it was the same company. Then went to work for Palo Alto Networks. That was my last big company. So really 3 or 4, as time went on. The very first job I got, I didn't know anyone who worked there. I still don't know why they hired me, but they did, and I'm eternally grateful. But every job after that, I knew someone who worked there. Whether it was someone I met when I was providing them with a service, I would come in and replace a bad motherboard, and I'd meet the people that worked there. And so I got to meet a lot of different people at a lot of different companies when I was doing that field service job. So that my second job out of the gate, I knew someone who worked there. And then when I started looking at these other places like Network General, like Palo Alto Networks, every single one of these steps, I knew people that worked there. And I tell you all the time, get your LinkedIn running, get it up to date, only add people you've worked with, ideally. But you can set it up however you would like. That's how I set it up on mine. So if you've sent me a personal LinkedIn request and we have never worked together, either at the same company or with each other at two different companies, then you will not be added to my LinkedIn. So sorry. My personal LinkedIn is for people that are a direct connection with me, and that way I know the people that I'm talking to, the people that I'm working with in that list are people that I really do know at a professional level. Now, of course, we have our Professor Messer page on LinkedIn. Find that at professormesser.com/LinkedIn. That is a public page. You can, of course, join that page and be part of that LinkedIn community there, no problem. But my personal LinkedIn page, nope, can't get, unless we work together, can't get in, sorry. It's just sort of the way I like to keep those separate and keep it very focused on the people and the places where I worked previously. That is, I think, a good combination. And if you were looking to get a higher role in the world of IT security, work as hard as you can about learning about operating systems, know everything you can learn about Windows, and learn everything you can learn about Mac OS, learn everything you can learn about Linux, learn about mobile operating systems like iOS, iPadOS, and Android, and then make sure you can learn as much as you can about networking. So I've just told you, in 1 minute, I've told you 5 years worth of things that you need to learn. So 5 years of experience that you need to have in your list of knowledge, in your foundational knowledge that will best present you with opportunities in the world of IT security. Doesn't mean you have to know that, but you will be best positioned if you happen to know that. There aren't a lot of entry-level security positions. You only get into IT security if you have a well-established knowledge base dealing and understanding with operating systems and networking and security to be able to get to that point. So that's my recommendation to you. And if you're looking to do more in the world of cybersecurity, that's what I would recommend to do as well. I think that's a good way to do that. Let's keep going through this list of questions. So how are we doing on time? We're doing good on time. So we've got a few minutes left as we are approaching the top of the hour. We're going to keep going through this list. Let's talk, since we're talking about jobs, there's so many good questions in here, by the way. Thank you for sending these in. There's too much, too many things. We could be here forever. Oh, that sounds like fun, actually. It's from Aiden. Aiden asks, hi, Professor Messer, do you think entry-level jobs in cybersecurity are oversaturated right now? No, I think probably, I don't think I've ever seen the security market saturated. I don't think it ever will be in my lifetime, really. There's just way too much going on. The amount of security concerns that we have in our industry are continuing to increase. People are continuing to hire. The problem with getting a job in IT security is not enough people have that foundational knowledge. I think part of the problem is the way that the industry has marketed cybersecurity or IT security in this case. If you look online, there are plenty of people that want to train you to get a job in cybersecurity. You can take our 2-week course and you'll be an expert in cybersecurity. Get your next job in cybersecurity. All you have to do is go through our simple course and you will be ready for cybersecurity. It doesn't work that way. I've just explained to you that it takes 5 years of knowledge of accumulated knowledge in operating systems and networking to even be eligible for a position in IT security. So no, you can't go take a 2-week class and be ready to get one of those jobs. You cannot get a degree in college and be ready to take one of those jobs. You simply can't do that yet. There's a ramp. You have to be able to move up. You have to level up to get to that point. Until you're level 60, you cannot get a higher level gear. So you have to level yourself up. And sometimes leveling yourself up, there's a lot of churning you have to do. You have to now go hunt and gather. You have to go learn that knowledge. You have to go through that process of knowing what you need to know about operating systems and networking and designing the networks and implementing the operating systems and working with all of the connections.
Tomorrow is Jeopardy. Oh yeah. And then I'm kicking up the skills a little bit.
Security piece on top of that.
To see if you have what it takes.
And so when people
it's gonna
say
be Jeopardy with a twist.
Level in security, that's not entry level as your first job in technology. That's entry level after you have 5 years of knowledge in technology. That's entry level into IT security. You can't just get Security Plus and you're now qualified to be in the world of IT security. There are some entry level positions you might find in something like a SOC, a Security Operations Center. Security Operations Center it's kind of a help desk, but just for security. And just like a help desk that is broad and non-security related, you need people answering the phones, people doing triages, people determining what needs to go where. Same thing applies for the Security Operations Center. Somebody needs to answer the phone, somebody needs to take the emails, somebody needs to look at the alerts, somebody needs to look at the alarms, somebody needs to be able to triage, somebody needs to be able to pass those off to the right people. There are some entry-level positions. I wouldn't necessarily call those IT security positions, but it gets you into that world. So that might be your way to get a foot in the door and learn more about the nomenclature and the day-to-day in the world of IT security, even if you are not someone who has gone through 5 years worth of knowledge in operating systems and networking to be able to get to that point. So the question, though, was about saturation. Are these jobs saturated right now? I don't think they are. I don't think so at all. Now, the job market itself has a lot of things happening in this market right now. It's even difficult to know exactly what's going on. And things are changing day to day. We just did this past week, a lot of the rules around H-1B hirings, which are hirings that take in the United States. We use that to bring people in from other countries and work within the United States as mostly, we've seen this implemented as IT and other technology positions, computer science and IT, but it's also used for other types of markets as well, for transportation and healthcare and a lot of others. But we really do have a big focus on H-1B within the United States. But that affects the jobs that are available to you and others. So are those new rules going to change the market for some of us? Maybe to some degree. What about the economy in general? As the economy changes, projects start up and projects scale down, that certainly affects us, probably more so from an IT perspective. That's where we really see the jobs being hired and the layoffs happening are with projects that are going on. It almost was if AI was going to give us more of those positions until people realized that AI was not what people really were telling us what AI was. AI did not end up being the amazing thing that everybody said it was going to be. I got quite a bit of people sending me bad emails after a study group 6 months ago where I said, where's the beef? Where's this AI thing everybody's talking about? All I see are really dumb looking pictures. There is, and I did that very flippantly, very tongue-in-cheek, because obviously there is a very significant scope to AI that the consumer market does not really have an understanding of. And that basically revolves around the study of big data. Big data is probably the most important part of the work that is going on right now with AI. Creating pretty pictures of a dog having a martini on a boat. That doesn't help me at all. But if we can collect all of the data we have about cancer, and put it into a database, which 10 years ago we couldn't even thought of being able to do anything like that. Now we have more storage than we know what to do. If we have effectively unlimited storage, with unlimited storage, we could realistically have the statistics and data for every single person who has ever had cancer. We could put them in that database. Now, use AI to sift through that enormous amount of data to start finding correlations, to start finding things that we as humans would not be able to see in that enormous haystack of information. I just need that one needle. So there are some very exciting things with AI that we are actively doing today with our development efforts and other things that we're doing in the world of big data that are going to have a dramatic effect on us going forward. But that's such a small part of the IT market. That is a teeny little piece of the IT market, and admittedly a huge chunk of that is really over in the computer science side. So that doesn't really affect us that much in the world of IT. So I don't think that as far as somebody who's really working in the world of technology, I don't think AI is really a concern for you. It doesn't seem to be affecting the market near as much as what we thought it would be. Turns out AI doesn't work in non-big data scenarios, not the way people were hoping. And you can see that that's sort of it. I've talked about sort of the hype curve before, haven't I? Gartner is an organization that does industry analysis. They are a sort of an organization that has customers that are both manufacturing technology organizations and companies that use technology. So basically any company out in the world, Gartner is watching to see what's going on. So every year they'll talk about, here's the 10 big things you're going to see this year. Here's the things that happen in this particular market. In the world of firewalls, who has the best firewall and why? You know, they have a big perspective, and there's many different analyst companies out there. But Gartner has something they have created called the hype cycle. Hype cycle. This is the hype cycle. So this happens quite a bit in the world of technology, and I'm speaking as someone who's one of those sort of older folks in the industry, right? I've seen this cycle happen a number of times, whether it was with Windows, whether it was with virtualization, whether it was with the cloud, now it's with AI. So you have this trigger of technology and this, what they call the peak of inflated expectations. This is so well done. This is what we saw, I don't know, a year ago with AI. It's going to change the world. Fire everyone. It's all going to be computers from here on out. We saw that with tablets. You know, the tablets are coming out. We'll never need another laptop. You'll never need a computer on your desk. Yeah, how'd that work out? But we were in this peak of inflated expectations. We thought it was going to change the world. Nothing will ever be the same ever again. Look how fast that falls and how quickly it falls into the trough of disillusionment. The trough of... most of my life is in the trough of disillusionment, I think. There's certainly a concern as we break that down. Okay, well, we're going to come to the point that, oh, wait, this whole AI thing turned out to be a real stinker. That wasn't really good, was it? But then we realized, well, wait, there's a little bit of value here we can get something from. I need a picture of a dog on a boat sipping a martini. Well, maybe we'll start making some of those. And we have this slope of enlightenment and ultimately a plateau of productivity that comes from this particular technology. But notice that where we thought we were going to be with that technology is nowhere close to where the technology really ended up. And of course, this hype cycle is one that can...
All right, everybody, let's get our last break of the day. Go ahead and stretch your legs. Can you believe it's already been 59 minutes?
It just stays down there.
Look at the baby, Mr. T's got the boom.
What's going to happen with AI? I don't know. But clearly, we've hit the peak already. We're already starting our way down with that. People are starting to get the idea that maybe this isn't the thing we thought it was going to be. Well, that's correct. It's not. And it isn't. And it's going to take a lot more to get to where we hoped it would be. It's just not even close to being there. Certainly not at the moment. But we'll figure it out. We'll get there. It certainly has the ability to enhance some of the things that we do day to day, but as we've seen, it's not a replacement for what we are doing. It's more of a tool that goes on our tool belt, and I think the industry is starting to see that. More questions. I know we're really close to the top of the hour, but let's keep going with these. I think there's lots to step through. So many good questions here. Let's keep going through this list. A lot of you have got great questions about the industry in general. Let's talk about what we've done today in describing some of the CEUs. We talked about CEUs earlier and being able to understand what they were working on. These are, this question anyway from Mark asks, if I watch your study group sessions for Network Plus or A Plus, will they count as CEUs towards renewing my Security Plus certification? Well, there's certainly a place to go with something like that. I don't have the answer to that one because I'm not the one that decides what CEUs are valid for what you are renewing. The people that would be good on that is CompTIA. So let's go ask them, shall we? We'll head over to the CompTIA website. Here we are at CompTIA.org. I'm going to go to the certifications section. I think that's where I need to be. Is it? Do I have it here for my, they moved everything around last month before. So let's, you mentioned in your question about studying and renewing for Network Plus, was it? Yes, if you watch it for Network Plus, will count towards CEUs for renewing Security Plus. Well, let's find out, shall we? I'm going to go down to the Security Plus side. Boy, there's a lot of certs here. Security Plus, here we are, click, click, click. There is a overview, a buy now, a career path, a resources. Is it under resources for the renewals? Or did they put it somewhere else? This is how long it's been. Okay, preparing renewal. Here we are, the section at the bottom, which describes renewing. What jobs can you get? How can you maintain your Security Plus certification? Talks about renewing those and what are the options. You can renew by creating a course, by completing a course, passing a higher level cert, and getting those in there. They don't talk about CEUs in this view. So let's talk about CEUs and how CompTIA focuses on CEUs and uses them. One of the things that I often see when you're working through renewal is trying to find out what renews what. So in the resources pull down on the CompTIA website, this is over on the right side under resources, they have a section in here for continuing education. That's where you want to be. In here, it talks about why you need to renew, learn about the renewal, choose a renewal path, submit your CEUs. The CEUs and what works for CEUs are in here. There's a section for continuing education units. They tell you how many you need, and they tell you the relevance. It says at least 50% of the course content must relate to one or more of the exam objectives or the certification you're renewing. Okay, so if you are renewing Security Plus and you watch one of my A Plus study groups or one of my Network Plus study groups, at least 50% of that course must relate to one or more exam objectives for Security Plus. Well, I think that does apply in the world of A Plus. When you're talking about Security Plus, there is a focus on operating systems. There's a huge section of security on the Core 2 exam for A Plus. There's a huge section of security on Network Plus. I think that qualifies as 50% of that course content must relate to one objective in the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Security Plus objectives on there. Therefore, I would say that getting CEUs for A Plus and Network Plus could be applied towards Security Plus. I don't think there's any question here. And you can always go back and do the math yourself and figuring out the details of that. I don't think there's much to worry about that. Of course, you are limited as to the number and type of CEUs that you would get. It's another thing to think about. In fact, I mentioned in here, I'm going to see if I can find the list of these for Security Plus. They happen to have this in my list. They've changed everything on their website now, so I'm going to keep going through these because I want to show you what the renewal limits are for the different categories. So the renewal paths that they have, like this, you can renew with a single activity, one thing, boom, you're done. In the case of CEUs, you're renewing with multiple activities. For example, I'm going to, is it under this one, yeah, right here, under training and higher education. Let's say that you have a Security Plus certification and you are attending this is qualified as a live webinar. So you're on a live webinar right now. If you have a Security Plus, you can earn 10 hours of a live webinar CEU in a 3-year renewal cycle. So you can watch effectively 10 of my courses, of my live events, and you have 10 CEUs. However, you need 50 CEUs to be able to renew your Security Plus. Total required for renewal, 50. So you've only got a fifth of what you need. You will need to do other things to get those additional CEUs. Attending a conference, complete a college course, maybe take another training course. Take another training course, there's 50 CEUs, boom. So in the last 3 years, did you take a training course? Did anything in that training course match one of the objectives back to Security Plus? I guess 50% of it? Then there you go, there's your 50 CEUs, as long as you can have documentation for that particular course. So there you go. That at least I think from that perspective gives you an idea of what you can do or what you need to do to be able to renew your certification. I think these days, most of the people that are renewing certs are doing a single renewal path, and they're doing it by completing a CertMaster CE. This is an online app or course that takes just a number of hours to go through, and it's for A+, Network Plus, or Security Plus. The course, the CEU itself, I hit the wrong link there. Let's keep going down this list. There's Network Plus. Here's the CertMaster CE for Security Plus. So if you've taken the SY0601 or earlier, so obviously one of the earlier Security Plus courses, you can use this. It takes 8 to 10 hours, depending on your knowledge. I think it's probably less than that for most of you. And you pay for it, and you're done. You take it, and if you get all the questions right, you've done. You're now renewed. That's it. This is one place you go, and you're renewed. The cost of this doesn't have the total cost in here. It does have a buy now link. So the buy now or CertMaster CE, scroll down here, $200 for Security Plus. So a little bit more than if you paid the maintenance fees to submit your CEUs, but not that much more. What's the annual maintenance fee cost for Security Plus? Does anybody know off the top of their head? I'll have to hunt around on the CompTIA website to find that one. But there is an annual maintenance cost that you have to pay to be able to submit a CEU. So there is that cost associated with it. I don't have those fees in front of me to be able to know what those are. They're on the website somewhere, on the CompTIA website somewhere. The CEU section is really, really big. But that's a good way to renew your certification is with CertMaster CE. And as long as you can keep taking the CertMaster CE over and over until you get 100% right. So there's nothing you have to worry about. You don't have to study for it. You don't have to worry that you're going to fail it. If you get a question wrong, you just do the questions again, and you get them right. And you can take notes, and they encourage you to get it right the second time through or the third time through. Just take your notes, and then you're done. And in a single day, you have now renewed your certification. This really helps if you are tight in time. You don't really have time to collect CEUs. You're not going to collect CEUs. You just want to pay your fee, take the test, and you're renewed. That's CertMaster CE. That's what it does. Is it a $40 difference for Security Plus? That's what folks are saying in the chat. So versus, it's $40 for 3 years, $40 a year for those 3 years of maintenance. Is that what it is? It's difficult to know. So look around on the CompTIA website. They'll tell you. They'll have a list of those available. You can sift through those, find the right, because it's a different amount depending on what cert you have. It's a certain amount for A+, a certain maintenance cost for Network Plus, a certain maintenance cost for Security Plus. You have to figure out the differences between all of those and see what the costs are with CertMaster CE and see if it makes sense for you, or if you would rather collect CEUs. That's a lot of different ways to do it. There are other ways to renew. Those are not the only two ways. There's a video that's in this YouTube video description on how to renew your certification in just a few hours, where I talk about CertMaster CE, but I talk about all the other methods of renewing as well, and I talk about the advantages and disadvantages of both. If if you're in the renewal process, that might be something you might want to look at. Let's keep going. I know we're at the top of the hour. I just wanted to get one more question. I thought it'd be nice to have this. There's so many good questions in here. Some of your questions make me laugh, by the way. Thank you for that. Some of these are super good. And having these in here. By sensors, do you mean SCADAs? Nope. SCADAs are not sensors. Sensors are not SCADAs. They're completely different things. Completely different animals. And you're welcome to read through those in my course. We just did not have the time today, unfortunately, to go deep into either one of these. And here's one that asks, well, how do you register for this exam? How does this work anyway, from a CompTIA perspective? This is one that you do need to know about. CompTIA did change a bit of their registration process when they moved their website. Now you start on their website. Their website becomes the central point for jumping off to anything you need to do CompTIA, which is good. Sort of what we've been hoping for. In fact, I logged into my CompTIA account just now so I can give you a perspective of this. So let me flip over to this. So I went to login.comptia.org. There it is. That's where I went. I just logged in with my CompTIA account. CompTIA centralized all their accounts, so I just have one login, and I get here. I do have some training that's still stuck in here. I have an old Network Plus student guide that's in here. But if you purchase a CompTIA product, this is the page you see it on. So if you buy the discounted CompTIA products on my site or Security Plus, maybe you get Security Plus Learn, CompTIA CertMaster Learn, or CertMaster Practice, they will show up here because they're CompTIA's products. This is also where you manage exams and schedule and manage exams right there. And if you're someone who needs test accommodations, maybe you have a hearing problem, maybe you have a vision issue, maybe you need extra time because English is not your first language, you can request test accommodations from here as well. This is where you schedule your exam. So I'm not going to
All right, welcome back, everybody.
This is where you would schedule these.
Getting ready to finalize these last 40 minutes of the day.
Although I'd love to show you.
Michael Alex Trebek will call us all winners anyways, regardless of the score. You are correct there. Mike, he would.
Provide them with those
Then he,
details, and I look at the screen.
You give you a pat on the back and say, come back anytime.
Don't worry about that. This is when I can go through. Let's get rid of some of the.
Is he still with us, or is he still the? No, he's not.
I can schedule my exams. Now,
Yeah, gotta miss those shows. How about Pat Sajak?
And I logged in at login.comptia, and I clicked the link for.
I think he's still here.
This really takes me to Pearson View.
So Ken. Oh, Pat retired. All right. I like Pat Sajak.
That CompTIA.
He's questioning Jesus. Oh my God.
So they take you to Pearson View where you can view the exams and set up your exams.
What's the one about
Plus, here are all the
$20,000 pyramid?
Plus certification exam.
What's his name? The football player?
701. I'll click that.
Oh,
Do I want it at a test center?
Michael Strahan.
Yeah.
He hosts his pyramid.
I
like that.
You just go through this process. It shows you available times. Let me make sure my personal information is not going to be here. It says, once I click Test Center, it says we need your photo ID once you get there, so have that available when you go, what you should expect, and here's the personal items you cannot have during testing unless you get prior approval. So, okay, that sounds good. I'm going to click the next button. It says, what's my preferred language? We have English, Japanese, Portuguese, Brazilian, or Spanish Modern at the top. So you've got some options there from a language perspective to be able to do that. And then am I temporarily in another country? Do I plan to take that exam outside of my country of current residence or my country of citizenship? This sometimes happens, especially if you are in a job
like straight
out of the country and you want to take the exam there. You have to tell them that, and they have to approve it. So they're asking the question here to avoid any problems later. I'm going to say
Charles is a Jeopardy nerd. Why you calling me out like that? Obviously, because I'm jelly.
A big list of the testing policies. So you've been warned.
And can't spell.
Here's the cancellation policy. Here's the candidate agreement. Here's how you.
Michael says, I like this. This is like a Twitch channel for me. I get to read all the info.
I'm flipping over because.
After all, I'd be forced to watch Matlock in Heat of the Night. Now listen, Heat of the Night was the show.
That is not what. But
I like that shit.
It shows you a list of available times that you could schedule.
You
for it,
hated that
and
show.
I thought, why am
I just like how nonchalant the sheriff was, and then his deputy, his detective was all like, "We got to get this." And eventually, he come around, "You ride, you ride."
That's sort of how it works. The process is very simple.
Oh,
You
Murder,
step
She
through
Wrote,
things
yeah.
to register yourself.
Angela Land.
And it's one that, and you may not even realize.
Hate the theme song
once you
and
have
everybody
booked your
and
exam,
everything
you can
about
use
it.
that
What
same
about?
interface
What about?
to change
I'm
the
digging
times.
deep now.
So if you're getting a couple of days
Dallas
before the exam,
and Knots
you're thinking,
Landing.
I really am not sure
What?
about this. Maybe I should push it
Oh
a
my
week.
God!
No.
You can go online
Talk
and
about
push it a
reality
week.
shows before
So
reality
you've got
shows.
flexibility. Just make sure when you book your exams.
I know y'all
make
watch
sure
Knight
when
Rider.
you change
Not
the
right.
exam
Yeah.
dates,
David
that you
David
very
Hasselhoff
carefully
is a
what
relic.
it took.
He's an American
This
world
happens
icon.
more often than you
Like
might think, where somebody thinks they made a change their exam.
David Hasselhoff. Well, The Rock today was the David is the equivalent to David Hasselhoff of that day. The Rock today is like how he was.
Online, where you're changing dates with your exam, take screenshots, read the screens very carefully, confirm in an email that the change has been made, have that documentation available. That will avoid any problems in the future. I promise you, that will be important. And more important than you even realize. So hopefully that gives you.
He said the machine sounded like Kid.
information to step through.
I said, no, he makes.
Let's do one more in this list. You kind of have to do laundry today, sort of stalling. I think that's what's going on.
Did you know the voice of Kid was the
Procrastinating with you.
butler and actual owner of the mansion in Magnum PI?
We got one more question we can get in this list. We're going to find out if this happens.
Wow.
You talking about old school Magnum PI?
No.
Tom Selleck?
I think this is sort of
Yeah.
is such a broad question, and it's
So
such a
the
complex
butler.
I really want to address it.
Who knew that the butler was actually the owner and the rich guy in Magnum PI that actually hired him?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Later in like season 29, Magnum figured out that the butler was actually his boss, not just the butler of the mansion.
I think, and I'll approach it from that
Yeah, Mr. Finley or whatever he is. Yeah, Mr. Finley. Yeah,
someone who is either
he's the voice of Knight Rider.
to get a job in IT or looking to get a better job in IT. I understand that's not 100% of people.
You were today years old when you found that out.
Certifications, but I think the vast majority of you, that's why you get a cert. So we're going to
Michael.
There
Yes,
is
kid.
no easy button. There's no magic wand. There is no one thing you would do that guarantees you a job in IT. Nothing will give you that. This is not like some other types of businesses.
Topanga's in Dancing. I didn't know that. Topanga's on Dancing with the Stars.
To do something. Therefore, the moment you are licensed, you are eligible to get a job doing that thing, or you can immediately start doing that thing as an independent person. In IT, we don't have that level of licensing on a rail. Maybe the government hasn't figured that out yet, because if they do, we will all need to license ourselves as IT professionals. But right now, they don't. So there's also no single set of credentials that the industry interprets as being a universal credential for IT. They don't exist. Mostly because IT is a big field with many different areas. You might be working in big data. You might be working with databases. You might be working with networking. You might be doing IT security. Your focus might be operating systems, or it might be only Active Directory, or it might be encryption technologies, or it might be data centers, or it might be email. Your focus might be in cloud automation. See what I mean? Like, that is a broad set of things that you could possibly do in the world of technology, and you will not do all of those in your career. You will pick one or two or three of those, and that's what you will focus on for your career. It's very unusual to kind of everybody knows everything about everything. You're not going to find that. That's not something that really works that way. But when you get into the world of IT, you tend to focus on an area. Most of the time, you start very generalized. That's what I did. I was a field service technician. My focus was break fix for computers. So if somebody's memory gave out, if they had a problem with their storage drive, they needed a motherboard replaced, or they wanted to upgrade any of those components, I would be sent to their facility. I would take apart their machine on their desk. I would pull their motherboard out. I would take the new motherboard out of the box that I brought. I would put the motherboard in. We'd screw everything in. I'd put all the wires back. We put the cover back on. We turn on, and I go to the next thing. So that was a niche that I got very good at. I could do this very quickly. I knew all the things you needed to do. You've probably seen this. If somebody's replaced a laptop motherboard and they're really familiar with the process, they don't even think about it. They're doing it automatically. They take out those screws. They pull the screws out. The motherboard pops out. They've got it moving like a Lego. They're just, it's very modular. And they put it all back together. They even got all the screws in the right place. They put on the cover. They're finished. They're off to the next thing. So you start to get very good in these niches. But then that gets you, well, if you're working with the hardware, when the system boots up, you need some familiarity with Windows. And you become more familiar with the Windows operating system. Then maybe you want to do more desktop management of Windows. You get a new job working with Windows. Now you're not replacing motherboards anymore. Now you're working more with keeping Windows up and running on the desktop. And when people get a blue screen of death, you're able to fix that. When people need to connect properly to a Windows service, you can fix that Windows service. When somebody needs to make sure their Active Directory is working properly, you can make sure that all of those hooks are in place and that it's talking properly to the Active Directory database. And then eventually you'll start getting into troubleshooting these problems, and maybe that takes you into understanding what's happening on the network. You start doing more packet captures. You start learning more about the network process, and that leads you into the networking field, where suddenly you've gone from field service, now you've worked with operating systems, now you're learning about the way these operating systems talk amongst each other. So you can start to see how the industry leads you down this path of learning more, moving up. You're leveling up as you go through each of these. And so there is no one path for everyone. Everybody starts at a different place. Everybody has different interests. Maybe instead of operating systems and networking, maybe you were more interested in Linux and the cloud. Maybe you were more interested in mobile technologies and working with mobile device managers. So those would take you in a different direction and probably would lead you down a completely different path of your career. You often have control over this. You sometimes do not. But in IT, you have the ability to recreate yourself if there's a technology that especially interests you. I think that's really what I did in my career. As I started in the field service side, I got really interested in operating systems and technologies around the OS. But the thing that really changed my career, I think, is one day I walked into work and I was not on the server team. I was on the desktop management team. Those servers were in this room. There was glass around the room. Only certain people could go into the server room. It was the data center for the facility. I was not allowed. It was fascinating to me, though, and I knew that's something I had some interest in. Then somebody brought in a new product called a sniffer. It was a protocol analyzer. It connected to the network, and it showed you everything going across the network. And to me, that was fascinating. Suddenly, I was able to view a perspective of this technology that I'd never seen before and had no idea the level of intricacy associated with it. And I just dived right into the packets. And it was very difficult at the time to find a lot of information on protocols. We basically went to the bookstore. We went to the bookstore and found technology books that talked about these things, that would give us more information about the way that these operating systems talk to each other, and what those protocols look like, and how do these different transport protocols operate versus the applications that are going across these networks. That was interesting enough to me to dive into that, and that led me into more networking, led me into protocol analysis, network management, reporting, analytics, and ultimately having that level of knowledge about what was happening under the surface gave me the foundational knowledge that I needed to jump into the world of IT security. And I think that is a very common path. It's a very normal path, but it doesn't have to be your path. You can get there any other way you would like. Maybe you start in the cloud, and the cloud is where you learn all of your security and networking and applications, that's where you cut your teeth. That absolutely positions you to do extremely well in the world of IT security. So I really think that we sometimes focus on, what do I do first? What do I do next? What do I have here? Do I need that cert? I need to get this cert. Once I get that cert, I can do this thing. That is a good strategy, and you should have a strategy, but it's not the only strategy. This is not, your career is not on a rail. It's not where you're at this spot, and then you have to go to the next block, and then you have to go to the next block, and it has to follow that path. That's not true. In IT, you almost never follow the path you set. This industry changes so quickly, and so much changes so fast under your feet that you could never stay in one place or simply watch the world go by because it's moving way, way, way too fast. You're gonna have to keep learning. You're gonna have to keep up with all of these different technologies. After all, let's go back 2 years. Who was talking about AI? Nobody. Now suddenly it's everything, it seems. The hype curve is up there. I'm waiting for the hype curve starting to drop now. So I think that's where you need to focus your efforts on kind of a combination of, what do employers want me to do? What do I want to do? And those will be a very nice synergy as you go throughout your career. This synergy will change often. You'll become very knowledgeable in protocols and networking and setting up switches and routing and designing the networks. It'll just be second nature to you. You've done so many of them in so many different places. It almost becomes cookie cutter to you. You can solve the tough problems so easily now. That means you're in the wrong place. Now let's move up to another level. You've leveled up. Don't stay at that level. You keep leveling up, because every time you level up, you gain knowledge, you gain leverage from a career perspective. You probably gain money because you are now more valuable as an employee. And all of those together give you more flexibility in where you want to live, the type of job you want to have, and how that job is made up, what the construction of that is in your career, what that job happens to be. Do you travel a lot? Do you travel none? Is it a remote job? Is it all in the office? You get the flexibility the more you know. You don't have any of that flexibility when you start out. You will do what they tell you to do, and you will do it where they tell you to do, and you don't have much of a choice because you don't have the knowledge yet. But as you gain the knowledge, you will suddenly have people go, well, we can give you a little bit extra money for that. Oh, we can, if you want a job that travels a lot, we have one of those. And there's a lot of things you can do at that point. So you need to position yourself in your career as someone who is both interested in getting knowledge of things that make you valuable to someone hiring or giving you a better job. But you should also find those types of technologies that interest you, because that will keep you motivated as you step through all of those. So it really is. And as far as people are even saying, okay, well, that's great. This strategy is good. How do I get a job in IT with no experience? Go back to the video. It's part of this video. How to get a job in IT with no experience. Those 4 elements: formal education, industry certification, some type of practical experience, and you know someone who works there. You should be creating a strategy right now with all 4 of those things in it. I guarantee you, one of those things you haven't even thought about yet. Maybe someone who works there. How would you ever find someone who works there? Well, you'd be surprised how easy it is. Have you gone to a local regional IT show? They happen all the time. You should go to one. Have you gone to a Cisco user group meeting, a Microsoft user group meeting, a Palo Alto Networks user group meeting, a Fortinet user group meeting? Have you been there? That's where all these people are. And you just need to meet them. You don't have to hang out with them necessarily. I mean, if they're nice, you can. They probably are. They probably have a lot of great knowledge. And the more you talk to them, have a Coca-Cola between each other. Just talk about that, what you do, what is it you do there, and who are you hiring, and what would you recommend I do to be able to qualify myself to work in an entry-level position in your organization? Simple question. What would you recommend that I do to be able to qualify to put a job posting in your company? That's it. And they're going to give you lots of intel, lots of information, and now you start on your strategy. This strategy is not just where you want to be today. it's not just where you want your next step to be. Maybe you look 2 or 3 steps ahead. And I like that people are often telling me, I'd love to do something in security. I'd love to do something with designing networks. I would love to be part of that big data push that's happening right now. Fantastic. You've already solved one of your biggest problems, which is, what are you striving for? What are you working towards? What is that big picture? Now, will you get to that level at some point? You might. You probably will if you keep working on it. The problem, of course, is the industry and the floor keeps moving underneath your feet. So by the time you're at a point, and this happened with me, where I was deep in the world of protocol analysis, network troubleshooting, net flow, reporting, analytics, and making networks smarter, someone calls me from out of the blue and says, hey, you want to go work for a company that has a next generation firewall? And I said, what's a next generation firewall? No one's ever heard of that before. The industry doesn't have a term called next generation firewall. They said, well, they do now. This is the first one. Nobody's ever seen it. It's never been sold. You can be on the bottom floor. You want to be a technical person who's working with something that nobody's ever seen before? Like, sign me up. Let's go. And suddenly you're redirected. So even the best laid strategies sometimes get pulled in a different direction, sometimes for bad, and sometimes in that case for really, really good. You just never know. That's one of the great things about IT. It's one of the reasons I make these courses. That's one of the reasons these are introductory courses, A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, and others, so that we can get you into this industry, which I believe will give you a lifetime of career, lifetime flexibility, a lifetime of payments, profits, salaries, bonuses, flexibility, time with your family, fun things that you can do, great work, problems that can be solved, a satisfying job working for fantastic companies. That's what we do in IT. Hopefully that's what you're thinking of doing in IT as well. Thank you so much for joining us in these study groups. This is our last study group of September. Next month, we start in with our A+, Network Plus, and Security Plus study groups again. Of course, our entire Security Plus course is available on our website, along with our course notes, our practice exams, and so much more. We're always adding to the list. There's always something interesting going on. We sure appreciate you being here. Thank you for joining us in the first hour and listening to my questions. Thank you for being here in the second hour and giving me your questions. Such a nice back and forth. I'll be over on the Discord side for the rest of the day. You're welcome to join us at professormesser.com/Discord. Thank you for being here. We will see you next time on the Security Plus study group. Thanks, everybody. And it is time for today's pre-show of our SY0701 Security Plus study group. We are just getting started. We start in 10 minutes, top of the hour, for those of you joining in right here at the beginning and wondering, why are we looking at the back of his head? You will eventually see the front, but right now, it's time for me to make sure that things are recording and we can see our Cylons are spinning around here on the bottom right. That's recording. All of the stats for our streaming info look really, really good. Those look nice. So I think we're in pretty good shape. We've got all of the questions and answers ready to go online. Hello, chat room. Thanks for joining us. Got lots to do today. It's all 701. I guess not all of it is 701. There's a little bit of overlap, and we'll talk about that in the first part of the study group for those of you wondering about 701. A lot of our training materials are now, well, all of our training materials are updated for 701. We've got course notes for 701. Everything sort of is flipping over to the 701. So we will be doing that. Let's make sure that all the other cameras look really good. Make sure those are up and running. We've got a lot going on. There's plenty. Hello, chat room. Thanks for being here. Settle in. We've got a lot to go through today. We've got plenty of brand new questions. Of course, we have new questions every month. So, of course, this month is no different. We have plenty of questions to go through. And while we'll be doing our first hour's Q&A that I will be asking of you, and then in the second hour, might as well put up the link. In the second hour, I will be taking questions, and you can put those questions and submit them now. You don't have to wait until the second hour. You can put your questions in using the link that's on the screen, professormesser.com/QA, and it'll bring up the whole VBox front end, which is the service we are currently using to do our questions and answers online. And if you do that, you'll also see a tab there to submit a question. We'll go through those questions in the second hour. Some folks say they're already studying for the 701. That's great. There's plenty to learn there. We've got a lot of content on the 701, just plenty. The 701, a very different exam than the 601. So I'm glad we have a chance to do these study groups because we'll have a chance to talk about the differences, and we'll go through some 701 specific content. So this should be pretty good. And some folks on the chat room. We got some folks who have passed their 601. Jonathan says passed 601 a couple of weeks ago. We have Edward the Bad, who turns out is pretty good because Edward passed their 601 yesterday, which is great. Fantastic. That's always good to hear the success stories. We will be doing all 701 content today. There's a little overlap, so a few of the questions will have a 601, 701 because some of the content is shared between the two exams. But a lot of the questions that I have are 701 specific. Now, if you're studying for your 601 exam, I still have 3 years worth of content there, 3 years of study groups. You can always go back and have a look at it. So please do that. That would be a good way to get specific 601 content. And as I always say, you really should be studying for materials that match the version of the exam you're planning to take. And we'll talk more about that in the first few minutes of the live stream as well. We can start at the top of the hour. Right now, we are 6 minutes away. Click. There it is. Some folks sent me an email earlier in the week asking what is the name of the dashboard clock thing that we have going on here. This is on my iPad, so from the Apple App Store. And this is a version called Nightstand Central. Unfortunately, the author of Nightstand Central has decided not to support it any longer, and it's no longer in the App Store. So if you wanted to download it, that's too bad because it's not there anymore. But that's what that story was about, was that it's something you can't get any longer. And who knows, the next iteration of iOS, it could just stop working. The author is no longer working with that. So if you're looking for some way to get into iOS development, maybe you should create a clock. I don't know if that makes sense or not. There's probably not a huge market for iPad clocks. There's at least one, and that's me. I have one, and it works. That's what we've been doing. So we've got lots to go through. Let's see if I can get everything in my eyesight. This all looks really good. We've got plenty of content here. I liked doing the questions for this. It's just 601 questions, and you go through about 3 years of 601 questions. It's kind of nice to do some 701. So it's just a little change of pace. In the real big picture, it's not very different. It's not a huge difference. We're talking about security in 601. Hey, we're talking about security in the 701. There's not much difference there. But the topics that are in the exams are very different. We really changed the scope in 701. So make sure you're familiar with all those differences and how they fit into everything else. So now it's time. Let's have our last look over things. We're about 4 minutes until we get started. I think I've got everything here. Yeah, course notes are updated with 701. All the videos are 701. Everything is out there with 701, except the piece that is the course note, or the practice exams. People want practice exams, and those are currently under development. They're going very well. In fact, I love my new 701 practice exams book. It's really coming together nicely. It's now really the time is getting in and finishing up those questions and publishing those 1 month enough to study for the 701? Well, I guess it depends on how much knowledge you already have. If you're very familiar with security, might be even less than a month. If you're just getting into the world of IT and security, it could be 3 months. It could be 6 months. I guess that's the case. Don't worry, folks. This is the pre-show. We haven't started yet. The reason you see the studio is that we haven't gotten things going yet. I'm just hanging out with you guys, making sure that recordings are going, making sure the inputs are all listed there. This is really more of a casual check-in. Don't worry. People will send me emails from time to time and say, I was going to tune in, but it's really just the back of your head. Well, there's actually more. We will be able to give you that view shortly. Don't worry. We'll have it all ready to go. We'll be able to step through these questions. It'll be pretty good. So that's the goal, is to get all of those. The vouchers are the same, by the way. A voucher, there is no such thing as a voucher that is a 601 or a voucher that is a 701. All Security Plus vouchers are Security Plus vouchers. They can be used for any exam. So you get to decide yourself on what they are. Oh boy. Okay. With 1 minute left, it's a good idea to do one final check. Looks like we are still recording down here. Thankfully, we've got numbers look very good on the live stream. That's nice. I think that's it. I think that's what we needed. I think we're ready to go. I should have this going. Yep. Oh, I like it when it all works. We'll knock on something very quickly and make sure that is actually the case for all of this. All right. Let's see if I can get my keynote up and running. And I can. Did see a text message there, so of course I'm wondering. Nope, just a normal, non-important text message that we have there. So no worries there. Where's my world clock? We'll keep track of what's going on with this. I need to put the clock in that landscape mode and then be able to watch the whole thing. I need a second hand to kind of write everything down. Oh, there's more than 4 monitors. There's a lot of monitors in here. There's lots of systems and lots of laptops and lots of different pieces. But now it's top of the hour. It's time to get things going. I think we should do a live stream. Let's get rid of this. Let's pull this up and let's get started. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the January 2024, the Professor Messer SY0701 Security Plus Study Group. This is our very first 701 study group. Now, of course, we've been doing study groups for Security Plus for years and years and years and years, but this is our very first study group that is exclusive, and all of the questions are working through topics that come directly from the SY0701 version of the Security Plus exam objectives. So if you are here watching, thank you for joining us. For those of you that are here live, you will be able to participate live, which is always fun. So I'll talk about what we can do. In fact, if you have now a browser that you can pop open and you can visit the link that's on your screen, professormesser.com/QA, I'm going to put a question up in just a bit so that you can, of course, join us. Did I put the question on here? These are always the things I have to go through. If you go to professormesser.com/QA, you will see out there on the website, there it is, you've got information to go through, and we will talk more about these questions in just a bit. But I have a question for you that is a question on the VVOX side. That VVOX is available, and you can reach it by going to professormesser.com/QA. One of the things that I put up and running is I have a question that is a rewind question. This is a question that we talk about whenever we go and look at last month's study group. Now, this particular topic is one that also applies to the 701. So let's look at the question that's there. The question, and by the way, of course, the standing rule in the chat room is no questions in the chat room. Please, no hints in the chat room. Don't answer anything. We're going to show you the question here, and then you submit it online using this link, professormesser.com/QA. The question is, a company would like to prevent the transfer of non-encrypted credit card numbers over the network. Which of the following would be the best choice for this requirement? Is it data loss prevention, digital signatures, SSL inspection, certificate authority, or self-encrypting drives. Now, if you think you know the answer, you can, of course, go to the link on your screen, go to professormesser.com/QA. Please put your answer in there. Please do not put the answer in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. We will come back to that question in just a moment. Well, we have, of course, a lot that we're going to go through today. Thank you so much for joining us here. If you're here live or watching on the replay, we do one of these study groups for Security Plus every month. And of course, when we're not doing these study groups, we have other content that you can look at. All of our brand new SY0701 videos are posted and available on our YouTube channel. You can find that by visiting professormesser.com/YouTube. We also have our weekly Security Plus Pop Quiz question. You can find that at professormesser.com/Twitter or professormesser.com/Instagram. And one of these days I will change that from Twitter to X, but for the time being we're calling it Twitter because I have a hard time making those changes in my mind anyway. Right now, as we sit here today in January of 2024, there are 2 different Security Plus exams that you could take. The first is the SY0601. This is an exam that's been out since November the 12th of 2020. So it has been out for a little bit of time now. The retirement of that exam will occur on July 31st of 2024. So on July 31st, that's the last day that you can take that version of the exam, the SY0601 version of the exam. The 601 version is 90 minutes long. You can get a maximum of 90 questions. You might get fewer than 90 questions on the exam. And the passing score that you need to earn your Security Plus certification is a 750 on a scale from 100 to 900. The exam itself has both multiple choice and performance-based questions. So there are different ways that things could be asked of you on the exam. That's the 601 version. And some of you who are watching this are probably studying for the 601 version of the exam. This, of course, is an SY0701 group that we've got, the study group that we've got today. This version of the exam was released in November, this past November the 7th. So it's only been out a few months now. The estimated retirement of this exam is May 2027. So if you're thinking about long-term, this might take you a lot of time to study, that you may not be ready on July 31st. You might want to consider this version of the exam because you have plenty of a ramp. You've got tons of time to be able to delay as life hits you and things happen, and you thought it would take 3 months, now it's taking 4 months, now it's taking 6 months, etc. So this is a really good example of why you may want to move to 701 if you feel that you're going to be short of time. The rest of the exam specifics here are exactly the same as the 601. Still one exam, still 90 minutes long, still a maximum of 90 questions. You still need to earn a 750 on a scale from 100 to 900. And the format is exactly the same as the 601, where we have primarily multiple choice-based questions, but at the beginning of the exam, you might get performance-based questions. So you've got a choice right now. You've got 2 different exams to choose from, but these are not apples and apples. These really are 2 very different exams in how they are structured. Let me step you through the differences in these 2. This large yellow circle is the SY0601 exam objectives, and the SY0701 circle is this blue and green circle that you see on the right side. So already visually, you can see that the 601 has a larger number of objectives. It has 1,034 objectives versus the 662 objectives that you need to know for the 701. Now, that doesn't necessarily make it any easier or any harder, but it is a very different number of objectives that you need to memorize. So I guess if you wanted to argue only on the number, well, the 701 is a smaller exam to study for because it has a significantly less number, 36% fewer objectives than the 601. So about a third smaller, if you want to look at it that way. The number of objectives that you will only find on the 601 are 710. The only objectives that are exclusive to the 701 are 338, which means there are 324 objectives that are shared between those 2. Now, this is how I count the objectives. You may go through the objectives and get slightly different numbers, but they're going to come out to be pretty close to this, I would expect. The thing to take away from this, though, is that if you're studying for the 601 and then you take the 701 exam, there's a huge amount of information you're missing. Half of the exam you didn't study for. Similar situation, if you're studying for the 701 and you go to take the 601 exam, it's actually much worse. There's a huge amount of information you simply won't get from a 701 course. So you have to be able to decide which one of these is going to be right for me. And you can see they are very, very, very different. And if there's nothing else you take away from this, the thing that I'd like to tell you is that you need to study for one of those and then take the exam that's exactly the same version. So if you're studying 601 materials, you should be taking the 601 exam. If you're studying the 701 materials, you should be taking the 701 exam. The reality, though, is, and the good part of this, it doesn't matter which one you take and pass, because if you pass the 601 exam, you have a Security Plus certification. If you pass the 701 exam, you have a Security Plus certification. So although there's a lot of numbers on the screen and a lot of circles and the different sizes of things, the benefit is it really doesn't matter which one you take and pass. Either way, you're Security Plus certified. And employers only want to see that you are Security Plus certified. So that's why I say if you're thinking of trying to decide which one of these I should take, it doesn't really matter. The end game is exactly the same. The only difference is really the questions they ask of you when you sit down to take the exam. Are you going to get 601 questions or are you going to get 701 questions? That's really the only difference. So that makes it a little bit easier, I think. We don't have to worry so much of this. The 601 will still be around until July 31st, and I will tell you, based on having done 3 or 4 different Security Plus courses at this point, there will be people taking the 601 exam on July 31st. I don't recommend that. That's not the best form or direction you should go, because if you don't pass the 601, you're going to be forced into relearning everything that's in the 701. But if you think you can get through the 601 materials and take that exam before July 31st, and you have previously been studying for the 601, keep doing that. Go take the 601. Now, if you're just getting started and you want to pick one now that you're getting started, you probably want to go with the 701 because you don't have a limit on how long it will take. And as you've already seen,
Yeah, when they ask for the honest, be honest, no.
So you get a few different.
Save that as a water cooler after you get hired. Oh, by the way, you know, in an interview when you asked me something, I said the weirdest thing. I can tell you now.
And that really is where you should focus if you're ever getting into these and trying to figure out what direction you go with it. It becomes a challenge, of course, if you're someone who's kind of working through the specifics of this.
Correct.
Maybe you should think about what
it's a loaded question, man.
I think that's a good way to do it. If you are someone who is wanting a
So, quick story. We had a gentleman, kind of like Jewel, but he's on the campus, and he was telling the story. He's talking about my class on campus, and he says, be careful what you say and do during an interview, like he just said. So this particular company was looking for somebody to do a Linux. It was a Linux administrator. And they needed a network engineer. So they needed somebody who was a Linux admin and was good as a network engineer. Well, this guy, prior to coming out of the military, already had both of those, doing it for years at the network operating system. Anyway, during the interview, video interview, he whips out. The interviewer said there was a flag that he had behind him that was distasteful. His room was a mess. He could tell that the ashtray had something in it. And sort of like he picked up a beer and kind of took a swig of it and put it down, and then lit up a cigarette to start doing the interview. I said, so what happened? He said, they actually wound up hiring the guy because they needed somebody. And he's the only one that had applied that even came close to the skill set. And it was a remote position, so he was never going to be in the office. Talk about a job interview that was going the wrong way, and they still hired him only because, he'll never be in the office. He was like, go figure. Yeah, he got lucky.
It'll be fine. Let's get the brightness.
So I say that to say this. You could bomb, crash, and burn thinking you might still get hired. Just because they see something on your resume that they need.
That's only slightly better, but little bit.
So you never know.
Change too many things too drastically.
I've seen people get jobs and I'm like, how did he get that? How did she get that job? Like, but if it was meant for them, it was meant for them. For whatever reason, it was theirs.
Everybody's doing well. Hello, chat room. Hi, everybody.
Yep.
Thanks for being here. Get settled in. Today we're doing our 701 study group. So we will be doing questions in this first hour from the 701 exam. And then we'll do the after show in an unusual Friday live stream. We don't do a lot of Friday live streams here, but we did one. We're doing one. I guess technically both. We're both doing and did one. It's too late now. We can't take it away. This is the fourth of 4 live streams we did this week. So it was just constant live stream motion. I didn't want to do that, but my schedule was a little bit chaotic this month, and we managed to make it happen, which was the important part. I'm so glad that you're here. So glad that we made it. So glad the studio is up and running, and everything is working as expected. So we're ready for a live stream. Looking forward to this. I've been watching. The numbers look really good on the streaming side. Everything looks okay there. We're just now waiting for the top of the hour. So we'll just hang out. Hope everybody's doing well. We do have, I might as well put the link here. You might as well pop open a new browser window and see if you can put a pin into our map to tell me where you're joining from. We got a few folks that have already plugged it in the US and Canada. I'm looking for our international friends to click on there as well. See how everybody's doing. I hope everybody's enjoying their Friday. Hopefully you've got a good weekend planned. This will be a good time. And then I've got things happening next week. The weekend is busy. Things are happening next week. We just got lots happening. Got lots going on, which is good. You don't ever want to have nothing going on. I want to really see what's going on. Now we got some folks checking in. Got some folks putting their push pin in this. Let's see if I can show what this looks like. There it is. There. That's what we're doing. Right there. Now lighting. The lighting is okay. Here we go. All right. We're gonna make this happen. Everything else is going well. Folks in the chat room checking in. Hello, London and Kenya and Atlanta, Georgia, and Washington, D.C., and Kansas City, Mo, and everybody's making their way in here. Make yourself comfortable. Grab a chair. Relax. We're gonna do this Q&A here. Make sure we can get to where we need to go. Really? Double? I can double tap and it'll go to the extra channel? I had no idea. That's super convenient. It's always the things you learn on the fly, isn't it? Oh, I like it. Okay. All right. Thanks for being here, everyone. More folks checking in. We got folks checking in from all over, like Pittsburgh and Minneapolis, Vietnam. We got Maryland, my Maryland, and Manchester, one in the UK. Nigeria is here. More Maryland, Denver, Oak Park, Illinois. I believe I've been there. We got Japan is here. Thanks for being here. Sierra Leone. We got Houston. Lots of folks checking in. Thanks for being here. There's New York. Got lots of, now where's the Canadians? There's Toronto. Thanks for checking in, Canada. That's important. I'll let Mrs. Professor Miss know that you were here. Got somebody out here in Guam checking in, somewhere around there. Is it going further to the north? Maybe not. Maybe I don't have my latitudes and longitudes quite figured out. 5 minutes to go. We'll get this thing started. Got lots going on. Let's check. I need to turn that off. That was the other thing. All right. This is all working out. So hopefully people are getting their 601, 701 study materials all in the place that they should be to be able to pass these exams. I realize that the study group today is for the 701, so all of the questions today will be from the 701 exam objectives, there will be some of the questions that will still apply to 601. So if you're studying for the 601, you're not completely out of
Stop off.
but it really is focusing on 701. So that's
Gotta go change, baby girl.
the way it works. We have 3 years.
I can't believe it's 6 o'clock already.
601 study groups that you can
This
get
day,
out.
like,
So we still have
vaporized.
plenty of content for
Golly.
601 folks. But going forward,
All
of
right.
the live streams
Okay,
will
got
be
you, Jesus.
601.
All right,
Most
you know what to
people
do.
will probably be
All right, everybody.
focused on the 701 as well. So
Tomorrow we'll pick it up
those are really, we have to
Put
make
it
a
down.
decision at some point. When do we make
and get ready for Jeopardy. Because I'm kicking it up a notch.
701 exam was made available in
We'll see if Aaliyah can hang. We'll see if Kevin can hang. We'll see if Mr. T can hang. We'll see if Martin can hang. We'll see if Michael can hang. We'll see if Charles can hang. See if Aaliyah can hang. Listen, carry out the order and skibby hip. See y'all later.
Obviously, you can't mix and match those. If you're studying for the 601, you need to take the 601 exam. If you're studying for the 701, you need to take the